What's up, y'all? Happy Friday. Welcome to the stream. Sora, happy birthday. Cat Jam to you as well. Persican, how's it going? It's a good day. It's a good day, guys. We have some unique and new technology on the stream right now, and it's called using the streaming PC. It's pretty exciting. So let me show you kind of mirror-wise what we got going on here. Obviously, I'm looking at you guys, the camera. The new thing is that over here, we got chat. So if I'm looking in this direction, kind of means I'm looking at chat. That's the situation. Chat over here, monitor over here. Huh? You kind of get it? It's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting, and I'm hoping that things don't go horribly awry when we do the stream on the new PC. We've had a few little couple of technical issues, I'd say, trying to figure out how to use the cam link. It's been like freezing a little bit. I don't know. We'll see. We'll probably have to troubleshoot something live, and it'll be really exciting because I haven't done I've only really done these testing streams, I guess. Nothing live. So we're gonna do it live. It's gonna be really fun. MD Layer, what's up? Halt and Catch, how's it going? Why is the quality so much better? Is it better? Oh, you know what it is? It's because I switched to 1080p. So how about that? Switch to 1080p. Big difference. Big difference. We got 30 FPS, 1080p with the power of the dedicated PC. It makes a big difference, guys. Hard to stream from a laptop. Had to crawl around my attic last night to run coax so I could get internet installed today. Just new homeowner things. Oh yeah, congrats on your promotion, MD Layer, and also your new house. That is super exciting. Yeah, wow. That's like a double good news kind of situation. Feels really good. Comparing the size of the pixels you stream in 1440p, that's pretty epic, Maddie. I'm coming from a plebe 720p level, so for me 1080p is a big upgrade. 1440p streaming is pretty intense. You have to have a lot of bits to stream 1440p out here. But that's cool. Yeah, so I don't know. I feel like a couple of things that you need to downgrade because most people can't watch it. Yeah, that's kind of the problem with 1440p. It's just a lot of bits. It's a lot of bits. So I need to ask you guys something. How is the levels? Because the whole levels, audio levels, there's the music, there's me. Audio levels on the PC, haven't really tuned it. I don't know what it's like. I'm guessing the music's a little loud. But I don't know. It seems fine. Kind of feel like the music's probably a little loud. But I guess I don't really know. Just judging by these levels, you know, it's always hard to see. Might depend on the track. Seems good to you. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. How about this? Juice Cop, what's up? This is how to get the lurkers to come out. Talk about the music levels. Everybody has an opinion. Almook, is that how you say your name? Almook, how's it going? Anyway, so okay, you guys, let's talk about what we're gonna do today. It's gonna be really good. We have like 2 to 3 projects. We have so much content to get to. I'm really excited about it. One, we're gonna go back to last week's project, the Truncate Split Points project, and finish it. We're pretty close. It's pretty much good to go, but we have some code reviews to respond to, I should say. You know, we'll respond to the code reviews, figure out what's up there, re-upload, good to go. Second up, we have a bug in the global latency simulator demo thing that we were doing like 2 or 3 weeks ago. So just a little bug, we're gonna fix it, no problem. And the last project, we're gonna start on something new, if we get that far. It's possible that these 2 little things that I said were little will take longer than we thought, because that does seem to happen. But anyway, the last project is, you know, I've been doing this project for like about a month that just got finished, the get request thing, right? So emitting point scans from SQL instead of like scan things. I guess it's point gets from SQL instead of scans. There's an analogous project that I want to start working on, which is emitting point deletes from SQL. It turns out that right now, similar to the get, we emit only scan deletes. And apparently it's actually a bigger deal to emit point deletes than it is to emit scan deletes versus get scans versus sorry, that's kind of hard to say. Basically, all right, it's a bigger change to go from point deletes. It's a bigger change to go from scan deletes to point deletes than it is to go from scan gets to point gets. So point is, we can do this next project and we're going to get even bigger gains. It's going to be really exciting. So this is kind of the plan. We got a 3-project triple header kind of situation, and we're going to try to do it all in WSL2, which like we'll see how that goes, but that's kind of the plan, if that makes sense. Halt and Catch never used CockroachDB before, but you enjoyed the stream. That is totally fair and totally fine. If you want, you can sign up for our free tier CockroachDB thing. You can go cockroachlabs.cloud and get a free CockroachDB instance. It's free for life. You can store data in there and it'll never get deleted. So that's a good way to get started. It's pretty simple to set up. I'm also curious for your feedback if it's not simple or if it's annoying. Definitely always interested to hear that and pass it along to the people who would be able to help. So that's it, guys. Let's make it happen. We're gonna let's get into it, right? We're gonna get into it. We got a fancy little transition. We got mostly the same layout, but we're living in Windows, dude. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. So here's the PR that we were looking at last time. This PR was all about making it so that let's do a little demo actually. Why don't we? I'm also going to be pretty bad at remembering how to do anything on the computer, so it's going to be kind of cringe. It's going to be kind of cringe for a little while. Is the font still micro? I feel like it's good now, right? I feel like it's good. It's going to be a bit cringe for a little while, but we're going to figure it out. Oh yeah, I do actually want to show something really sweet, which is that everything is just so fast on this computer. It's like disgusting. So let's just like go ahead and compile the database. Oh, it feels good. Oh, it feels good, dude. It just feels good. It just feels good. Okay, look. Remember on the previous iterations of the stream, I'm in 1080p now. It's looking crisp. It's still running. Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to compile. But this is like, we're talking about like full compile, dude. I think it's even a bit faster than it was on that GCE worker. So that it's all right, hold on. We're gonna show you guys some stuff here. How do I make a new tab in this thing? I'm bad at things. Okay. How about this? Huh? Look at all those cores. They're all working hard. I feel like they're not working hard enough. Maybe it means it's finished. It's not finished. Yeah, look at that. So this probably explains why linking is so slow, right? Because it just kind of pegs one core instead of all of them. Anyway, sorry. I feel like that was less of an exciting demo than I was expecting it to, but I'm telling you guys right now that it's super fast compared to what I had going on before. Like, just disgustingly fast. All right, so let me show you what I'm all about with this truncate thing. We're gonna say create database. Default, let's start again. I feel like when you get a new machine that's like significantly faster than your old machine, there's sort of a temptation to, well, it's kind of an interesting feeling. It's like, it feels like it's moving faster than you're used to thinking. Which is kind of it's a little bit of a disturbing feeling. I'm like, commands sort of finish before you have a chance to queue up the next command in your head, which is a little bit weird. It takes some time to get used to that feeling for me. So what is Truncate all about? I'm gonna make a table. I feel like I have to be a lot quicker with my fingers because the things just like react more quickly or something like that. I don't know. Insert into A, select G, G from generate. I know the brain hardware is honestly lagging at this point. So we're gonna insert some data into our table. And obviously the way that stuff works in the database is that you can look at it and it does its thing, right? You can do a count star. You can see that it's got 100,000 rows in it. And the question is like, how do you, as a user, delete stuff from a table? Typically, you could imagine saying like, you know, delete from A, where A is equal to 4, 5 or something. And that's just gonna send a delete to the particular row, right? Pretty straightforward. I can actually show you with auto trace, which is our favorite tool here on the stream. It shows you again, what are the commands that the SQL layer is emitting to the KV layer. And so if I send another delete with a different value, it's going to show you, it's actually kind of interesting. This is going to get into something that we're going to work on later, but it shows you that we're sending a delete command, delete range, from the 4 element of this table to the end of the 4 element of this table. These keys, this is the table ID, this is the index ID, and this is the kind of primary key ID, which happens to be an integer, and we're asking to delete number 4, so it of course is a 4. And yeah, so this is all good and fine. It sends this delete range. And the question is like, what is that actually doing under the hood? What happens is that, in fact, let's do a slightly more complicated example. We'll do delete from A where A is greater than 10 and A is less than 20. So you can imagine that since we're using this delete range command, right, it's going to send a range delete from 11 to 19, which is super cool. Good. So what is delete range actually doing under the hood? The answer is that it's giving I think the way this works is that it's actually going to iterate over all of the keys between 11 and 19, but on sort of a low level of the system, like not within SQL, kind of within the KV layer. It's going to actually loop through each of the keys and put a deletion marker on top of those keys. To be honest, I actually don't remember, because I know that Pebble does have a way of doing range tombstones, which is kind of, if you're from Cassandra world, you might know about those, but it's just like, instead of saying, I'm going to now mark this particular key as deleted, it's going to say, I'm going to mark this whole range of keys as deleted. And I don't actually remember if we use that or not, but in any case, it has to do this thing. And then under the hood, regardless of what happens, regardless of whether it's a range tombstone or an individual tombstone, the database actually has to do a good amount of work to make these deletes happen. What's up, Archer? How's it going? What's the difference between fast path and slow path? That's a good question. I think that we used to use this clear range thing, which was like a command that just tells the KV system to like completely wipe all MVCC data from a particular range, but we don't use that anymore. I was going to get into that in a second. Basically, okay, so sorry, this is like a long intro, but the point is that it's a little bit inefficient if you wanted to do something more drastic than just deleting a particular range of data, right? This is just about, let me just delete some subset of my data in the table, which is, again, pretty big. It's got 100,000 rows to start out with. But what if I wanted to actually just, whoops, turn off my auto trace for a second here. Set auto trace equals off. So got 99,000 rows. What if I just wanted to delete all of the data in my table without dropping the whole table, right? Keeping the indexes, keeping any zone configurations or other configuration that I have on the table. What can I do? And SQL gives you this thing called Truncate. And Truncate is going to do something. It's sort of a logical operation. The logical operation means clear all the data from the table. And so if I go ahead and do Truncate A, what happens is that, it gives me back nothing. 18 milliseconds later, comes back, and the data's gone. Kind of the key thing about Truncate in our system is that the way it works is that we don't actually do any of these clear ranges that we were doing before. Now you can't see them because they've scrolled off the screen. But if you remember, if I say, turn my trace back on, and I say delete from A where A is equal to 10. You can see we emit this del range thing. But I wanted to say that with Truncate, what we do is we don't actually send any delete ranges at all. What we do is we sort of move aside the indexes that are in the table and create a completely fresh index. And then we sort of mark the old index as deleted, and the MVCC system will eventually clear it out completely. But what's kind of nice about this is that it's basically instant from the perspective of everybody.
I have to narrow down the search.
Thank you, Data for Tata, for the follow. I feel like that thing is a little loud. I'm gonna turn that volume down a little bit. The point is that we can do this really instantly by saying, just make me a fresh index for all the indexes in my table and mark the old ones as deleted later. So if you can actually see this in action, if you see what key that we're sending this del range to when we do our delete operation in SQL, you can see that we're deleting table 52 index 2, right? But if I say truncate A again, and then I do my delete again, which is going to no op, obviously, you can see that the index that we're writing to at this point is actually index 3. And that's because under the hood, that's the way truncate works. It moves an index aside, it makes a fresh one, and yeah, with no data inside. That's because it's a fresh index, nothing inside of it. So that's kind of the idea of truncate. And if you recall from last time, what we were doing is we were improving the behavior of truncate to be less bad in certain circumstances when we're under load. And let me explain what that's about. So now that you know that when we truncate a table, what we do is make fresh indexes, you might also remember that in Cockroach, data is split up into ranges, and ranges are the unit of replication, and they're sort of the unit of distribution in a sense. If you only have one range in a particular index, then we can't really do very well in terms of load balancing. If you have a very large cluster with a lot of traffic inside of it, and you only have one range, you can imagine that that's going to be kind of bad because everything is sort of routing to that same range. So coming back to the truncate situation, let's say you had a big cluster, there's a lot going on, your index is split up into 100 ranges, and you truncate that table. What happens is all of a sudden, those nicely balanced 100 ranges collapse down into a single range, and all that traffic that you're sending at the table doesn't get balanced anymore. And so you get some bad performance issues because of this. And that was the problem we were kind of trying to solve. So let me show you what we did to solve this problem. I'm still getting used to task management in Windows. That's something that I don't really know how to do yet. Rainy day tomorrow. Is this your day job? Are you streaming your day job? Are you streaming the same project as your day job outside of work? Yeah, so I'm an engineering manager at Cockroach Labs. So my day job really is not too much about coding. It's about management. So on Fridays, we have this pretty cool program at Cockroach called Flex Fridays, where you can kind of do work-related things that are not in the direct path of your work. It's kind of like 20% time, if you're familiar with that whole thing from Google. That was a thing at some point. We kind of have our own 20% time, which is about having Flex Friday. So for me, doing streaming programming on Fridays is a way to stay connected to programming, which I still love, even though I'm a manager now. I still love the programming, still like to do it a lot. And yeah, so that's kind of what I do on Fridays, is a way of staying current, showing off stuff about Cockroach DB, hopefully teaching people some things about databases, having fun, doing some DevRel, that kind of thing. So that kind of makes sense. Null Bitmap, what's up? Enough stuff, thank you for the follow. And Rainy Day, thank you for the follow as well. Oh, you watched American Database? That thing is classic. That was not me doing the push-ups. No, I don't think I appear in that video. Yeah, great. That's a good one. You guys, man, I should make a command for American Database. Yes. Anyway, so what we did to solve this problem was that when we run truncate, instead of letting all of the traffic just get sent to that new range that we create after the truncate, what we do is we keep the split points of the, so you can imagine that an index was maybe split up into 100 ranges. When we truncate, we remove all those split points, we remove all the ranges, and you just have one. So the idea with this PR was that we were going to just keep the very same split points that the ranges were created at and apply them to the new index range. And that's what we did. And I think it did a good job. So what we were going to do on the stream, first thing, is to just kind of take a look at what kind of review feedback we got on the PR, hopefully respond to the requests. And then, yeah, we can move on from there. So does that make sense to people? Do you have any questions? Anything I can help answer? Rainy Day, I hope I answered your question there about what I'm doing here on the stream, but feel free to ask other things as well about what I'm doing, technical, non-technical, whatever it is. Also, if anybody has recommendations about task management on Windows, I would love to hear it. I feel like it's a mess and I don't really get it. Meeg, what is up? Dumpster Fire says, when screening engineers as a potential Do you look for prior commercial Go experience? A lot of the people who join the company don't know Go before they join. So I would say that Go is not really a hard requirement. But systems programming, being a reasonably, experienced practice programmer, database experience is always helpful, but it's not required either. Alt tab. Yeah, the thing with Alt tab, Dirter, is that it shows all windows on the computer and not just the windows on the primary monitor. And I can't move the little Alt tab widget to my window that you guys can't see. So if I had any windows on there that I don't want to show off, not that I really have anything, it's just annoying stuff like OBS or Spotify or whatever. Like I don't want to have that on the stream. I really want Alt tab to only show the windows are on the screen that you guys are looking at, but I don't know how to do that. What's up, DK? Is Cockroach 100% Go or do you do FFI? We have some CGo, which is, I guess, FFI in Go is called CGo. We used to use RocksDB for our storage engine, which was a C++ project that we did CGo to. Now we have Pebble, which is written in Go, so we don't have to do CGo for our storage engine, but we do still have to use it for a couple things like our geospatial data library, which is called libgeos, is written in C, so we have to use CGo for that. And there's a couple other ones like that. Writing a distributed KV store in Go in your spare time to hopefully be able to switch to a Go job next. That's awesome. That sounds really, really fun. The second Go job and neither required Go experience, especially Go feels like an easy language to onboard. Yeah, I completely agree. Cockroach sponsored a hackathon you were part of last year. They were awesome. That's awesome. You have to, what hackathon was that? That's definitely super cool. I'm going to pass that feedback on to the people who organized it. Zenny, thank you for the follow as well. Can be configured on Windows and Alt tab only shows Windows on a virtual desktop. Yeah, but then the thing is that I can't have like this monitor have one virtual desktop and this monitor have another virtual desktop. It doesn't seem to work that way. For task management, you use Linux instead. That is fair. Data Frittata, biting the bullet. Gonna start a coding stream. 4K screen. Change the resolution. Yeah, you should probably just use the zoom. That's what I like to do. Put a big font size. So Windows plus tab is good because it does only show you the stuff on the right monitor, but it has it's kind of disruptive. I don't know. Right? Look at it. It's like, what the heck? I just want the Alt tab, but like Windows tab. That shouldn't be that complicated, right? It's JavaScript that you have trouble onboarding new hires into because it's easy to do something that is almost correct but slightly wrong. Yeah, totally. JavaScript is hard. I have tried a few times to learn JavaScript and I don't think I've really gotten it. uhacks.info, that is awesome. That is super cool. Uhacks. York University. Oh yeah, I think I heard about this. Very cool. Very, very cool. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive into this review. We use this tool called Reviewable at Cockroach for doing our code reviews, which I think I've showed on the stream a couple times. And I got a nice review from my coworker Nathan. And let's see, so let's go ahead and get into it. So I had this question, what do we do with sticky bit range splits? I think is we preserve all of them along with their sticky bits. So sticky bit range splits is basically when you can say in Cockroach, this is the thing, it's like it's Alt tab crap, it doesn't work very well. So yeah, I have this table, right? I'm gonna insert my data back into it. If I want, I can actually ask the database to split manually along certain range boundaries. I can say alter table A, split at values, and then I can put some values here, like I'll put, I don't know, 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000. Whoops, okay, let's turn off our auto trace again. Always forget, you have to put the right parentheses in this split at thing or else it doesn't work. So now at this point, if I say show ranges from table A, what I get is, I can see I have 4 ranges, which is great because I asked for 3 split points. And the point is that these splits are called sticky splits because I've asked for them explicitly. Normally in Cockroach, the database auto splits and auto merges ranges as part of its normal operation due to load or size. Those are the main 2 criteria. If the range gets too big, it auto splits. If there's a lot of load on it, auto splits. And if the opposite of those things happen, then the ranges might merge back together. But since I've asked for these splits explicitly, we sort of keep them, and we call that sticky. So the question that I had was, what do we do with the sticky bit range splits when we do this operation truncate where we're trying to preserve the range split? So what does Nathan says? Nathan says, right now we just throw away sticky bits and unsplit ranges for table, regardless of whether they have an expiration or not. But an argument could be made that we should be translating to a new set of indexes. That's what I was saying. I don't think this is important to do, but moving them over does seem like the right thing to do so that users don't have to recreate. Not sure you'd want to do this in this PR. Yeah, okay. So basically he's saying that we could probably avoid doing that for now. I'll say, makes sense. We'll avoid caring about keeping sticky bit range splits for now. As an EM, how much do you code versus admin? You don't, depends on like what your job is, I would say. When I started doing eng management, I was working with one team and I still did a lot of coding for that team. But since then, I've kind of taken on more management responsibilities, and I haven't really code hasn't really been a part of my job explicitly for like a little while. I still do it, but I think the main thing is that trying to concentrate mostly on the management side. Jira becomes your IDE. No comment on that one. Does the range still split when they grow too big with sticky bit? Yes, I do think they do. I think the sticky bit is just about like saying the one, it's probably like the range to the left and the range to the right. That split point has to be kept. But of course, the range to the left or to the range to the right, those could be auto split or auto merged. I think you just can't merge across that boundary, if that makes sense. I think that's how it works. To be honest, I don't really know, but it's something like that. Junior Trisma Apoeco, thank you guys for the follows. Okay, so let us go and look at the actual code here. I guess the first thing that we should probably do is check out this branch, which I don't think I have checked out, and the branch was called what again? It's called Truncate Split. So the first thing that we should probably do is rebase this on origin master. Okay. I think it would make sense to move this right up after the call to unsplit ranges for table and then pull it into a helper method. Feels kind of weird. All these comments are actually on line 304, but I guess that's just the way things are. Right after the call to unsplit ranges for table. Oh, I see. Okay, so Nathan's saying we should make this into a helper method. I agree with that. Do we want a cluster setting for this, or should it be enabled unconditionally? I see. Yeah, so that's a good question. I don't really know. I was thinking that for now, it would probably be nice to let people opt out of the new behavior. So I figured we'd make a cluster setting with a reasonable default, but let people move the value to 0 if they didn't want the behavior at all. Cool. Sora, have a great birthday. Thanks for stopping in. Thank you. Descriptive 20% time. Do you only stream Fridays during North American work hours? No, I do stream. So the other thing about it is I like streaming. As you might be able to tell, I find this very fun. So I start sort of towards the end of the workday, like 3 p.m. EST, and I kind of just go until I feel like stopping. So that usually is like in the evening sometime, like 4 hours, 5 hours-ish. Usually I stream for. My wrists are feeling great, Dumpster Fire. Thanks for asking. Yo, man, what programming languages do you know, and which language is your favorite? Right now, I guess my favorite's probably Go, just because I work in it so much. But I've used Python, Java. Those are the main other ones that I've used. Used some C. Done a little bit of JavaScript, but I don't know it very well. I like Scheme and Lisp kind of things. I did Clojure a little bit, Scala a little bit. I guess I've dabbled in a lot of languages, but right now Go is kind of my favorite. Okay, so right now we're splitting each index into a fixed number of ranges instead of the entire table into a fixed number of ranges. So if n splits is equal to 10 and the table only has a pk, it'll be split 10 times, but if it has 500 indexes, it'll be 5,000 times. That is true. Expect the number of indexes to be independent of the number of splits. On the other hand, isn't it the case that you'd get a default number, that you'd get one range per index? Automatic? I actually forget how this works. Do we get, okay, so here's something about Cockroach that's kind of interesting. Let's go back to our demo. And why am I typing ls in a SQL shell? That makes no sense. So I'm gonna make a table. I'm gonna give it a couple of indexes. So I'll give it a primary key, bint, cint, dint, and I'll say index b, index c, index d. So it's gonna be a table with 4 indexes. I'll insert 1 row just because I feel like it into a values 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm gonna say show ranges from table A, range ID 38. And so what if I say show ranges from index A, B, IDX? Oh, it's the same range ID. That's interesting. Okay, so this whole time I thought that when you make a table with some indexes, each index gets its own range. But in reality, it's not the case. When you make a table, it looks like each table gets its own range, but not each index. I didn't realize that. So that probably explains what Nathan's comment was about. Opinions on C++? I don't know C++ too well. It seems like a big language that you can do really cool things with, but I just don't know it well enough to really comment. Rust seems great. I definitely want to learn Rust, but I haven't. I did a little bit of playing in Rust a while ago, but not very much. Yeah, you're right. When I was making this PR, I kind of thought that by default, we split each table into 1 range per index, but it's actually not the case. Prepare to fight the borrow checker in lifetimes. I hear that those things are tricky, but I also hear that you get used to that stuff, right? I think it's probably like any other thing. It takes some time to master, but you'll get it. Probably makes the most sense to make n splits a function of the number of nodes. We can get this count with a query like select count star from kb node status. Makes sense. I almost did this, but wasn't actually able to find a way to get the number of nodes in the cluster easily. This SQL command makes sense though. I should have thought of that. I was trying to use like internal, so like we have all these servers and settings and leases and ranges and stuff like in various like internal data structures, and I was like really trying hard to figure out a way to get this information from those, but it turns out that just not really set up properly to get that information. So this kind of makes sense. I should have thought of doing this using the internal executor, which is a way to run SQL from within SQL, but I didn't think of that before. Learning Rust is pretty harsh if you come from a GC environment. Learned it as my second language after JavaScript, but once you're over the initial hill, it becomes very nice to use. That's cool. Yeah, I wanna spend some time playing with Rust. Absolutely. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive into, this is probably too small. I should probably fix this. Okay, so let me explain to you what's going on here, you guys. This thing is Golang, but it's inside of WSL2. So it's running on like an X window thing. What is it called? X? There's like an X server for Windows called like X something or other. I forget what it's called. It's called XWinRC or something. no, Xwin something. But anyway, so you run this thing from Linux and then it puts its window into Windows. It's actually pretty sweet. So let's check out our editor font. Let's make this like a, I don't know, 24 or something. How's this? This is probably a little big. This is probably a little big. We'll make it 20. I feel like this is reasonable. Yeah, this is the Linux Golan binary. Yo, bro Hanster, what's up? Yes, we migrated development to the Windows machine for raw speed and streaming capabilities. It is truly better, I will say. This thing is like extremely fast. It's kind of disgusting. I do want to turn this blame thing off. How do I do that again? Let's see. It's like blame. Get toolbox. Do not show editor inline blame. Also, don't show blame in status bar. Just don't do that stuff at all. It's just kind of pointless. All right. How are you gonna blame people if you turn off? Well, you could just use Git for that. Okay, so where were we exactly? We were in truncate.go. And we wanted to go to line 304. That email you, I know. If Martin, if you're here, Martin, thank you for your nice email. It was inspiring to me, so I appreciate it. You got to tell me how your stuff is going. I got this really nice email, you guys. I posted it to my Twitter from a viewer named Martin, who said he's 14 and just getting into programming and wanted some advice on how to learn. And I just thought that was so sweet. Made me feel pretty good. So if you guys are watching and you're 14 just learning to program, I hope you stick around and I hope you pick some stuff up and ask your questions and stuff like that. Okay, so I guess, right, he wanted me to pull this up outside of, oh, maybe just in, the suggestion was to move this up right after the call to unsplit ranges for table, then pull it into helper. Yeah, okay, so can't really do this because we need the old and new index ID information, but we'll make a helper. I should say I. I'll make a helper. So why don't we can try to use Golan's little method refactor machine here. See if that works. Forgot the shortcut for that though. Introduce. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some issues with this. I feel like all right, so we're gonna call this like, this is gonna be called like, what should we call it? It's basically like split ranges after truncate or something, or it's like migrate split points, copy split points. How about it's like copy split points to new indexes, something like that. What the heck is this? Set idea join into your idea MRC to perform join. Sure. I don't know what that's about really. Oh yeah, I feel like there's a couple things I need to set up here. I haven't done this on this computer yet, but we need to add a file watcher so that it automatically runs the like special Go formatter thing that we have for the project. Let me do that real quick. This is gonna be called CRL format. File type go. Go files. Scope project files. Program is gonna be home, Jordan, go, source, GitHub, cockroach. It should be a bin. It should be a CRL format. And the arguments are what? I kind of forget what this is supposed to look like. So we can just figure it out because I forget. What's up, Jackdaw? The CRL format lets you say -w. I definitely want that because it's going to overwrite the modified files instead of just piping it to standard out. So I want -w. Tab width 2, I think is what I want. Wrap 100. I think I basically just want -w. So we'll put -w. Output path to refresh. No clue what that means. I'll just ignore it. See if it works. Hello from Google Cloud. What do you mean by that? Hello from Google Cloud. Running File Watcher, but it's super slow. That seems a little suspicious. Let me just figure out what I've got on my computer, because I feel like I'm gonna screw this up. Okay, so this is completely wrong. What we have to do is make sure to pass it the actual file path of the thing that we're doing, or else it's not gonna work. So I have to say w file path like this, and then file. I have no idea how you're supposed to figure this stuff out. It seems like completely random, but that is okay. I think this should be maybe better. Okay, that seems to be working. Reading currently about the difference between spanner and cockroach. That's cool. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm not sure if I'll be able to answer all of them, but definitely would be fun to talk about it. So let's write a comment for this guy. Copy split points to new indexes. What this does is, I feel like this thing is running too aggressively now. I need to make sure that it only runs on save. How do I make it only run on save? Auto save edited files to trigger the watcher. How do I have this thing only run? I don't know. What's up, Rusted Leaf? Sweet Fancy Moses, Aslemamad, MSCTO, and Keegan C. Smith. Thank you guys for the follows. Copy split points to new indexes. What does it do? It copies any range split points from the indexes given by the old index IDs slice to the indexes given by the new index IDs slice on the table given by the table ID. And so we should change this thing to be called table ID for sure. Table ID. Suggestions for you to become a better Go dev? That's a good question. Do you have a situation? Do you have like somewhere that you feel like you're not doing well or something? Do you have an improvement area that you want to work on? I feel like it's got to start from knowing what you want to work on. But maybe that's bad advice. And so our new function was called copy split points to new indexes. Okay. Kind of driving me crazy. I think what I want to do is turn this guy off. Maybe that'll improve things. So it'll only run when I explicitly save instead of when it auto saves. Don't be shy to read the standard library. I think that's a good one. Seems like a pretty good suggestion. created your first request with Go. You made it with Go straight with GQL gen. Is that some kind of GraphQL thing? We do our unsplit ranges for tables. I guess what we could do is move this stuff up above. I guess that's the point, right? Yeah, so I guess we did improve the situation a little bit. So I'll just say done on this. Read guava? Oh yeah, guava. Oh yeah, I was thinking you were talking about juice. Juice is like, I would never recommend to read juice. But yeah, guava is like those collections libraries or something. Maybe it's not so bad. Best resources to learn databases. I've got this thing called DB Books, which lets you learn a little bit about how databases are implemented. If you're trying to learn how to use databases, I don't know if these are the best intro things. Then again, I think Andy Pavlo's course does teach you databases from the perspective of a database user, so you could check that out. I should probably think of some good resources for how to learn about databases in general, though. I don't think I have those right now. Prada, thank you for the follow. And Jack, thank you for the follow as well.
I have to narrow down the search. How are you going to do that? By guessing.
Okay, so we copy our split points to the new indexes. So I should put a comment here, which is that old index IDs and new index IDs must be in the same order. And be the same length. That makes sense. Okay, so coming back to our list of suggestions here. Okay, right. So each index into a fixed number of ranges. We should do better here. Oh, right. This whole complicated algorithm. So last time, yeah, there's a couple of things that I wanted to say. One is that, remember we were trying to figure out how do you make, so we have this core problem, which is that we've got a list of range splits. Maybe there's a lot of them. And then there's a list of a number of desired range splits in our new table that we're making. And the question is, how do you evenly space out each of the old range splits into the number that you want to make in the new table? And it's pretty easy if they're evenly divisible. If they're not evenly divisible, it's a little bit more annoying. And the most annoying case is if the number of desired splits is more than twice the number of existing splits or something like that. Or did I get that backwards? Anyway, imagine that you have, 8 desired splits, but 10 actual splits. Like, how do you fit those 8 so that they're kind of even? It was kind of a tricky thing. But it turns out that somebody sent me this XKCD comic about this called XKCD urinal problem, the urinal protocol. So this is kind of like I don't know, it's a little bit of a gross analogy, but it's like, how do you fit the people who are trying to go to urinals so that they don't have to like stand next to each other? And somebody came up with this like funny formula that I guess is like really good at doing this. I was like, oh man, this would be pretty good. It would be, if I wanted to really get crazy here, maybe I would implement this formula in the range split finder thing, but I don't know. It just feels like maybe it's a little bit overcomplicated for what I'm needing to do. I'm probably not going to do this, but I thought it was kind of funny. I don't know what abseil is, but guava, yeah, it's kind of like the standard STL for C++, the one that has all of the collections and stuff like that. So right, the question is, if we have a certain number of desired splits, do we want to multiply that out by the number of indexes or not? So let's say we wanted to take the suggestion and we wanted to say that this number times something about the number of nodes, right? I guess we can just start by taking a suggestion. We're going to first query the so we'll say p dot, how do I get a internal executor dot query row, say context, select count star from, what was the suggestion? crdb internal dot kv node status. Our transaction is going to be our planner's transaction. Oh, this is our op name. We did something slightly wrong here. So our op name is going to be count active nodes, something like that. p.txn, here's our statement. And our arguments, we don't have any. So I think this is good. This gives us back a list of datum. So we're going to say row error is equal to, we'll say if error is not equal to nil, return error. And we're going to say n nodes is equal to row of 0 dot, as we can say tree dot must be dint. So this is going to assert that we're getting an integer back, which we always will because we're doing a count star. We have our n nodes, which is a d integer. So we can just actually get its integer by saying I guess we just cast it to an integer actually. Okay, so I guess at this point, we've got the number of nodes that we are trying to, that we have in our cluster. And the point is that suggestion is that we want to have a scaling factor. So if we have 10 nodes in the cluster, we should scale the number of splits that we're going to produce in our resultant new indexes by the number of nodes in the cluster. And so I guess what we probably want to do here is say, I guess we should change the name of this cluster setting to something like preserved split count multiple or something like that. Set to non-zero to cause Truncate to preserve range splits from the table's indexes. The multiple given will be multiplied with the number of nodes in the cluster to produce the number of preserved range splits. Do you guys watch The Lockpicking Lawyer? I've been watching a lot of Lockpicking Lawyer, and I feel like I'm like unconsciously picking up some of his, he has this really nice speech cadence. He says blah 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 blah, kind of like that at the end. He has a nice flow of his speech, and I feel like I'm accidentally picking up it a little bit. You guys love The Lockpicking Lawyer. What's up, One Plane? How do you feel about an unrecovered panic in any Go routine halting the whole program? I do not like that, Rainy Day. I don't like that that exists as a problem. We have to jump through all sorts of hoops in the database to deal with this problem. In fact, we have an issue open called, it's something like ban the Go keyword. Ban Go keyword. I, in fact, opened this issue. Ban the Go keyword in non-test code. The point of this is that if you run Go routines using Go, the keyword, and they panic, then the whole program crashes without any recovery capabilities. We have all sorts of recovery capabilities, but you can't use Go to get them. We have some helpers for this. It leads me to think that we should really be banning the Go keyword in the database. So it's probably not something that you want to do for your normal projects, but it's definitely something that we need to do in the database. Pretty annoying. Click out of 1, click out of 3, 4 is binding. Yes, exactly. What's up, Neep? Aslam, I would say that probably don't randomly advertise your own GitHub account. I think if it's relevant, right? We're talking about something to do with databases and you have a project that's related to databases, feel free to post it. But I think if you're just doing advertising, that feels a little bit random and off topic. You hear that? Off topic. Lockpicking lawyer kind of speech. I'm gonna be sued for stealing his speech cadence. Okay. So we got our end nodes. This is enable switch after truncate. This, I guess we should change the name of this thing to, you know what another thing is that's annoying is that I really want to change.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
I have all sorts of settings that I feel like I haven't ported over from my other computer. One thing that I don't like is when you do the rename thing here, it how the heck do I shift F6? Shift F6. The rename thing, I really want it to not use, I don't want it to be inline. I like it when it pops up a little window. And I forget how to make that happen. Maybe if I hit Alt Shift O. More options. How do I make it always do this? I forget how I made that happen. I forget how I made that happen. Okay. So we're gonna call this the preserved split count multiple. There's ways to do concurrency without the Go keyword. No, there aren't, but the point is that if you use a helper, you can add defers that are uniform, that you can make a policy that's used across all the concurrency in the program. It's pretty helpful because that way you don't have to make everybody do exactly the same thing or do the right thing when they write Go, which they would like to do anywhere, right? That it's a common pattern to want to use a Go routine. The point is that we also don't want to make people remember to use just the right defer when they use a Go keyword. We want to provide some helpers for that. You know that *: is a wildcard, but it looks like a weird emoji. That is definitely true. Nikon, what's up? Welcome back. Dr. Beardsley, what's up? Nice to see you. Your timeout finger is itching. Heard the discussion about self-advertising and head over to see if there's anything to do. What is that? That is a McSwoozy Sag. I assume your helpers have recovers built in. Yeah, there's something like that. You have to be really careful in the database. You can't just recover from panics willy-nilly, because imagine you held a lock or you changed some mutable state that you need to change back to make sure that the database is going to operate correctly. If you panic at that point and you don't return the state to how it should be, that can be a big problem. And it can actually be a lot worse to recover a panic unconditionally than just crash the node. Since Cockroach is a distributed system that is pretty resilient to individual nodes crashing, we usually bias towards letting those nodes just crash. If there's something that's wrong, there's some state that's not making sense, it usually makes sense to just let that node die. It'll automatically come back up because you're going to be running it using your systemd or whatever your auto loop recovery thing is in Kubernetes or whatever. So you won't really have to worry as much about these sorts of problems. That being said, there's lots of situations where you don't want to be panicking the database if you can guarantee that there's no state going on. Like the SQL execution engine or the SQL optimizer, these things like don't have that much internal state. That's crucial to get perfectly right to keep the database functioning correctly. So if something goes wrong there, it's okay to recover those panics, but you do have to be pretty careful about it. Even if you want to crash, you usually want to log before crashing. That is also true. Ran into a bug in Cockroach where backups to GCP were crashed the database. It was fixed within a week. Whew, that's good. I'm glad to. Thanks for the testimonial there, Nikon. Cockroach's main competitors, well, you probably know them already. All those other, transactional databases. Those are ones that, transactional SQL distributed databases. There's plenty of those, and those are probably our competitors. What's up, Ghetto Mug? Thomas says, just learning, but I'm kind of lost for ideas for what to build. How do you come up with ideas? That is a good question. I feel like if you're just getting started on your programming journey, you got to pick something that feels relevant to you. Maybe that's a game. Maybe that's, a script to automate some web browsing that you're doing, or you're really trying to buy like a PS5 and you want to write a program to help you like click that button faster or something, or like, you know, you want to check the weather when you wake up in the morning, something that's like relevant to your life. Try to think of a project like that. I think anytime that there's a project that's like relevant to you, makes your life better, that's going to be the project that makes you motivated to work on that thing, as opposed to some random thing on the internet that might not motivate you, or something that's super professional related or corporate related. Probably try to pick something that feels like, man, this is going to make my life better. Okay. So we get our number of nodes, right? And we're going to actually go ahead and multiply the number of nodes by our preserved split count multiple. So we're going to put this stuff actually inside of here because we don't have any preserved split count multiple. That means we're not going to be preserving any splits, and we don't have to do any of this work. So we're going to get the number of nodes, and we're going to change this to be this. We'll call this multiple. N splits is equal to multiple times n nodes. We should also change the default here. This, I think the default suggested was 4. You're starting a startup that uses Cockroach. Can't wait to show me. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I'm so excited, Ghetto. You better show that off. Got a few years with PHP, but I find it hard to come up with ideas. Problem with using helpers around the Go keyword is the runtime records the location. It was called so when you dump Go routine stack dump, it all points into a library. Rather than the source of a Go routine. That's a good point, Keegan. I think that we came away with a way to fix that. And I think the way it works is that it records the stack of the place that you, like when you call that library function, we record the stack. And then we include that in any log messages that we produce at the end of the defer. You're definitely right though. It's like a little bit annoying. You have to like be pretty intentional about it. Yahor, what's up? Query row can return row is equal to nil. That is a great point, my friend. We'll just change this over here. Hope you're having a good day, Yahor. Okay. So we got our n splits. And now the next question is, how do we divide the n splits into the number of indexes? It's a new division problem. We have many division problems to deal with. I guess if we just integer divide it, right? So what if we say n splits? Definitely these weird things that make me uncomfortable about Go at times. We'll check out what you all do with Cockroach Beat to improve it at my day job. Oh, cool. Very cool. Yeah. Having my lunch and then heading out for a bike ride. It's so beautiful in California. That is awesome. That sounds like a great plan. Yeah, so what we do, there's something called the stopper. 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 Run task. Okay, so what does this do? It always takes me a bit to remember how the heck this stuff works. Run async task. Defer s.recover. Yeah, in this case, it doesn't actually really seem like we are keeping track of that stack trace, actually. Log crash.report panic. I think it's about, you see this errors.new with depth?
The databank's too big. I have to narrow down the search. How are you going to do that? By guessing.
Anyway, I guess it's a little bit complicated. But I think that ultimately when we call callers, we're actually using the stack information of the, not the go routine, but the like calling function. So I think if you're careful, you get the right call stack that you can kind of append to stuff, if that makes sense. I actually think there's a blog post about this that I would recommend checking out. It's called, let's see, CockroachDB Errors Library. I don't remember if this is exactly the right article, but if you check out this article by my coworker Raphael, there's a bunch of linked articles around errors and panicking that probably has some pretty good information that's relevant to you if you're thinking about how to do panicking and errors properly in your application. Hasura supporting Cockroach TV. Yeah, you gotta keep upvoting that Hasura issue. Maybe you can help.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
I'm excited by that too. Okay, so we do our n splits per node. So let's think about this. Does this make sense? If we have n splits can never be less than n nodes because we multiply it by n nodes. Does this make any sense? N splits. Why am I doing this? Is like really pointless, right? I can just literally use the multiple in this loop. I don't need to do any kind of BS here. I'm staring at this. I'm like, okay, I multiply by n nodes, then I divide by n nodes again. This is really pointless. So I could get rid of this, and then I guess I can say, oh, no. I don't want to be dividing by n nodes. I want to be dividing by n indexes. Right? And I guess this is going to be n splits per index is what I was going for here. Okay, so this makes more sense. So the question is, can this get screwed up? What if I have more indexes? I think I have to, this has to be like between, it has to be at minimum 1. So I guess I can say if n splits per index is less than 1, and splits per index is equal to 1, something like this. So we can kind of minify it at 1 at this point. Okay, so then for each of our indexes, what we do is we get our old range descriptors and we do this little dance, finding the right split points. And I guess what I want to do is so n range is, I think this I want to change this multiple to be n splits per index. N splits per index. And I guess I should just call this splits per index, probably. Splits per index. Okay. So I think that fixes the problem. What other review points do we have? Okay, so let's see. Try not very hard to evenly space the ranges. Does anyone know a better way of... Okay, does this thing do what we want any better? Okay, so this is Nathan's way of doing it. And what is this? So new ranges is equal to 64. New ranges is greater than... Oh, you guys probably can't see this exactly. Let me fix that. Oh no. Window management in Windows. How do you do it? Oh my gosh. Does anybody know how to do window management in Windows? Seems to be impossible. Like, what the heck? Am I just bad at computers? I feel like I'm bad at computers. Win left. Windows left. What the heck? Oh, this is pretty sick. What is this even doing? Oh my gosh. Okay, this is pretty sick, actually. It's like putting it onto my other monitor a little bit, but like I don't really, whatever. You can just ignore that. You can run a Linux desktop through Xserver like how you run Golang. Yeah, I could do that, but like, I don't know. I don't want to. I tried to set that up a little bit and I got a little bit like I was like, no, this is too much work. Okay, so what the heck is this about? So it's saying new ranges is equal to 64, and then he's saying every is equal to float 64. So he's dividing the number of old split points by the number of new split points. And then he's saying for each of the new ranges, he intifies this multiple. I think it's basically the same as what we were doing, except it's like, it depends on the rounding behavior of the floats, I guess. I feel like, I don't really know. That depends on the rounding behavior of integer casts. Honestly, I'm extremely confused by thinking about this stuff, and I'll happily just do either one. Thinking about this even spacing algorithm, and I'll happily just do even one. Rounding should always be 4. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Int rounding go cast. Oh god. Oh god. What the heck have I done? What is this? No, no, no. God, no. Get away. Never do that again. Okay. I don't know if that even showed up on the stream. But for me, it kind of like made the whole mouse pointer twice as big or something. Yeah, that might not have been like included in the OBS version of what you guys were seeing. But anyway, okay, so what this says is, how do I search this? It's like go cast behavior, integer float. Okay, so casts are not included in this thing. Just try it in Go Playground. That's a good point. So we're gonna say format.println float, or we'll say int of float of 0.8, and we'll say format.println int of float of 0.4. I think I need one more paren here. Okay, need to be float 64. Constant 0.8 truncated to integer? What? Do I have to make, okay, float var x float 64 is equal to 0.8. Var y float 64 is equal to 0.4. All right, how about this? So it always rounds down. It always rounds down. So in that case, so let's see. I don't really know. I think I might just... okay, so we'll say, I don't really know. If you round float using an int cast, it always rounds down. This means that... What does it mean? Okay, we'll make an example. Given a list like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll make 10 things. We'll actually start from 0. So 10 things starting from 0. and asking for 8 items. So what would this do exactly? If you ask for 8 items using the floating point version of this thing, what would it exactly do? So it's going to divide. It's going to divide 10 divided by 8, right? So we get 1.25. And so then basically we'll say 1.25 times I for I in range 8. So this gives us, and then we can say, does this work in Python? Does it also round down? It also rounds down. Okay, so it gives us 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that better? I have no idea. I have no idea. So given a list like this, and asking for 8 items out of the list, we get with the algorithm in this PR, we get, so what do we get in this PR? In this PR, we get this random weird thing that we came up with that I forget exactly how it works. I had this unit test that was demonstrating this that I probably should have kept. I guess we can make the same little quick algorithm here in Python. So our step is going to be, I miss having an interpreter. Interpreters are just so nice. So n ranges in this case is going to be 10, right? But I think we want integer division here. Okay, so that's 1. And then our remainder is going to be, it's going to be 2, I guess, right? So 10 mod 8. Then we're saying for I, how do you Python again? Is this Python? No, that's not Python. You have to say like this. We're gonna say a is equal to rem. We're gonna say if I is less than rem, then a is equal to I. And we're gonna say R is equal to ranges of step times J plus I. So what we'll just say print step times I plus A. Print step times I plus A. So this gives us 0, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So which is better? Which is better? I feel like Nathan's is better. I think your version is probably better because it spaces out the skips a little bit better. This version puts all of the skips up front. Right, so in his, he skips 4. and then he skips 9. Whereas mine, it skips 1 and then it skips 3. The skips are like kind of too close to each other. Eager skipping algo. Yeah, I guess so. I feel like maybe I overcomplicated things. So we can go ahead and fix this. And I guess the way that we'll fix this is we'll get our step, and we're gonna actually get the correct step here. So we're gonna get the floating point version of step. And we're just gonna multiply by that every time. Can you try Nathan's version, but rounding it up? It might be the same. Yes. So to do that, it would be like this, except how do you do rounding up in Python? Round up Python. I guess it's right. It's ceiling. Maybe it's math.ceiling. Import math. Okay, so if you do ceiling, it's still better. You skip 1 and then you skip 6. Okay, so cool. We learned something today, which is that don't try to do this with integer division. It's just super confusing. So we're gonna float 64 this thing. Cocker CD Python rewrite when? Okay, so we can get rid of this. So here we're gonna say integerify step times j, and that's all we have to do, right? Except, I guess j has to be floated, or step has to be. Oh yeah, it's kind of like this. Embedded Python runtime, Rust Python. Surprised that Go has taken over Java's traditional domain. Yeah, it's a good point. What's up, M. Lazwick? How's it going? Yeah, I mean, one thing that's kind of funny is that a lot of databases do have kind of embedded programming languages in a sense. It's really about like, if you wanted to make a stored procedure, and you didn't want to have to use the sort of clunky PL SQL implementations, a lot of databases let you write stored procedures in different languages, like Python or Ruby probably, or like, I don't know, Lisp maybe, WebAssembly maybe. It's something that we want to get to eventually. We haven't done it just yet. Probably will be a little bit before we get to it. That'd be my guess. But I think that is a thing. People are kind of into it. Recently installed, what's up, Crystal? IntelliJ was having quite a nice experience until it got suddenly painfully slow. Surprising how JetBrains has so much market share. Oh my God, no, JetBrains is so good. Like it definitely takes some tuning, and it definitely uses a lot of resources on your system, but like, it's really good. It's hard to live without it once you get used to it, I think. Like you might want to, one tip, I don't know if you've tried this, but you could up the default like max memory that it'll use. By default, I think it just uses like a gigabyte of memory, and probably if you're using a big project, it's gonna use more than that. So you can up that. Let's try it out. Cockroach was started 5 years earlier. It would have been Java or C++. I bet it would have been C++. I think the founders were used to doing C++ at Google, and they wanted to switch away from C++ because it was kind of hard to write, kind of hard to maintain, I guess. A little bit slow to do the memory management. So they switched to Go because it was sort of this up-and-coming language that seemed like a good thing. And I think it's been a good decision for us. Redshift is big no-no for code execution. Oscar says, slap an embedded Lua runtime and call it a day. Go puts a performance ceiling on Cockroach. Definitely there are some performance related things that are pretty challenging to do with Go versus C++. I don't think it's a ceiling, because you can do a lot of really, really fast stuff in Go if you're careful about it. But it does, you have to spend a lot of effort on it to make it fast. Then again, I'm sure you have to do the same thing in C++, so I don't know. Using 2 gigs of RAM for a few files. You were on JetBrains for years, then you started VS Code for a while and didn't really miss anything from JetBrains. That's cool. I never really got into VS Code, but I hear people really like it. Cockroach can scale horizontally, which is a big selling point. That is also true. Okay, so did we get all of the feedback done then? Not quite yet. You can use exec.cfg.tb.split and scatter to avoid the proto manipulation and to merge the split and scatter into a single operation. Okay, sure. So I guess this is about, well, I'm not sure if I agree with this, because I think what he's saying is that I think what he's saying is that these things do, it sends both a split and a scatter request at once, but the problem is that it doesn't do it in a batch. So if we wanted to do a lot of split points, I don't think that this makes a lot of sense. But doesn't this remove the batching that we do here? I'd like to be able to send all of the split points and scatter requests in a single round trip. Just rewrite it in Rust. VS Code dies with Go, Rust, Python, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think the problem that I have with VS Code, from what I've seen, I mean, again, I don't know. I'm sure it can work really well, but it's just that with Go and such a big project that we're working on, the language server thing is kind of slow. I think JetBrains, whatever they have internally, feels really fast when I use it. So I kind of like it. AG Werner had a good idea of jittering this expiration time by something like 20% of the duration. 1 minute seems too short. 10 minutes would be more reasonable. Okay, sure. So let's fix this up to be 10 minutes and we're gonna jitter it. And that just means we're gonna add a random value between, I guess. Okay, so let's extract this thing into a variable. This is gonna be our expiration time. What's up, Monkey Patcher? And we're gonna add a jitter. So he's saying 20% of the duration. So I guess what this means is that we're gonna say jitter is equal to expiration time times 0.2. We can't convert constant to type in 64. So I guess we'll float 64ify this thing. And we're gonna say, so I guess it's really like, we want 20% up or 20% down. So what we really want to do is,
The computer's hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
I guess we want to take 40% of the quantity, multiply it by, and get a random number between 0 and this number, and then subtract half of it, and then add that to the expiration time. And then I think we should have a good jitter, something like that. Keyboard command needs an update. That's a good point.
The databank's too big. I have to narrow down the search. How are you gonna do that? By guessing.
How about that? Did it work? It worked. Okay. So we do our jitter. We're gonna say, I guess we'll say max jitter. We're gonna say jitter is equal to rand dot. Let's see. So this thing, this thing is gonna be a number of nanoseconds. I'm gonna, I guess what I want to do is integerify this whole thing again. This gives back a what? An N64. So we integer this whole thing again. And we're gonna say, what am I missing? Yeah, I do need an exclamation point new PC. Good point. We're gonna say jitter is equal to ran.int63n max jitter. Right? This says returns as an integer non-negative pseudo random number in 0 to n from the default source. Okay, so we're gonna get our jitter, and then we're gonna say jitter minus is equal to jitter minus okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say max jitter is equal to times 0.2. We're gonna divide this in half. We're gonna multiply it by 2 for the jitter. Does this make sense what I'm doing? I can't figure it out. Then we're gonna subtract off our max jitter again. So we wanna say jitter the expiration time by 20% up or down from the default. I think it does support minus equals. I just was about to do something else and then I didn't need to. I just feel like this is confusing, but it's probably fine. Like, this is super confusing looking, isn't it? Whatever. You can avoid float and just divide by 5. Yeah, that's a good point. So we're gonna get rid of this thing. We've done our jitter. Okay, so here we're gonna say good idea, done. That's what you think jitter code usually looks like. Alternatively, you can make your jitter always just a plus rather than centered at X time. Yeah, I guess that's true. I feel like I'm gonna keep it. I feel like I want to keep it centered though. Okay, so then the last comment here was what? New index IDs of 0? Oh yeah. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. So this was about when we invoke this thing, we I think I'm gonna keep it the way it is. Okay, so basically the deal here is that like new index IDs is a list of index IDs that includes the primary index ID at the front of it. And I guess I'm just trying to think if it's more clear to use. I think it is more clear to use new index IDs of 0 here, even though they're equivalent. They're equivalent, but I think you're right that it's more symmetrical to do what you're saying. Okay, so we're gonna fix that. So it's gonna look like this. New index IDs of 0 dot ID. What is up, M. Vargas? Nope, I guess we can do it like this. And it's the same with this. We could change this to say old index IDs of 0. That way it's really nice and uniform. I feel like this is a little bit more normal looking. Okay. So we'll go take a look at our diff here.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Lazy Eye, Latte, Monkey Patcher, thank you guys for the follows, as well as Silver and Kevin and Zero Noir. I can't remember if I got you guys, but thanks. Okay, so we made some changes. We did a little bit of a refactor. We added this jitter. We improved the even spacing. I think we responded to all these comments, so let's just go ahead and add this. We'll push this up, and I think we should be good to go. Let's make this a little bit smaller. Okay. I should probably write a test for this. I thought I did write a test for it, but clearly I did not. So let's go ahead and write a test for this as well, actually. So I think we should have something like a truncate test. Test truncate with concurrent mutations, a regression test. Should we do this in a test like this, or should we do it in a logic test? I'm wondering. Let's just do it. Maybe we'll just do it in a logic test for now. Well, what is our logic test looking like for truncate? I guess the problem that's going to be a little bit annoying to do it in a logic test is that it depends on the number of nodes, and we have these different configurations that logic tests run in that change the number of nodes inside. So I feel like it might be a little irritating to do it like this. Maybe we ought to just do it in this test instead. I guess we'll do it here. Okay, so we're going to make a new test here called test truncate. Test truncate preserves split points. Okay, and we need to make a database. I always copy this little setup here because it's never exactly remember how to do it. We have this test cluster thing. So basically, it's pretty neat. We have this thing called test cluster. It allows you to make a in-memory CockroachDB cluster inside of a test. Very convenient for doing basically anything that involves testing the database, as you might imagine. I don't think I need anything special here. I guess I should probably do one test with one node and one test with two nodes. So we can maybe make like a thing that's like test cases is equal to struct. We'll make some test cases here. So we're going to be n nodes int. I guess we could say just nodes int, and then expected splits or something. Int, maybe something like that. And the test cases are going to be 1. So nodes is going to be be 1. The expected splits will be 4. And then we'll have one with nodes equal 3. And the expected splits will be 12. So how about that? So we're going to say for I in range test cases. We'll say, kind of funny, TC stands for test cluster, but it also stands for test case. That's a little bit weird. So here we're going to pass in our test case is equal to, I guess we can just say for underscore comma test case. We'll say test case dot nodes. So we're spinning up a test cluster with n nodes. We're going to defer closing our test cluster. Possible resource leak, it's called within a for loop. That's actually a very good point. We need to, so with defer in Go, defers fire only at the end of function. So I guess to fix this, we can just make an anonymous function that we just call like this. And that way the defer will actually fire at the end of the loop. Okay, so in our test case, what we're gonna do is we're gonna say tc dot server of 0 dot wait a minute, that's not right. tc dot cons of 0 dot query row. Okay, so here we're gonna write some SQL basically. We're gonna say create table a int primary key, b int. Actually, you know what we should really do is say something like, well, no, I think this is fine. We'll say a int primary key, b int, and we're gonna make an index on b. And we're actually going to go ahead and I'm not gonna use query row. We can actually just use exec context to avoid having to look at any output. Since we don't really care, we're just gonna be running some statements and moving on with our lives at that point. So make our table, make our index, and we can do a couple things in this query actually. Why don't we use a backtick so we can have a few lines in our statement. So we're gonna say insert into A, select star from, we'll say select G comma G from generate series 1 through 10,000. How about that? We'll call this G of G. Defer is happening inside the loop after each iteration. Yeah, so the confusing thing is that if you don't use an anonymous function inside of the for loop, and you just stick a raw defer inside of the for loop, it actually will only fire, it'll fire, I think, n times, but only after the for loop has ended. So you'll end up with like weird behavior. You really want the defer to fire at the end of at the end of each iteration, and you can do that with the anonymous function. Marilia, what's up? Dropping by to check it out. How are things after being to fix an annoying issue? Oh, did you figure out how to fix that TypeScript thing, or I guess it was a React thing? Yay! That's very exciting. Congratulations. That is great news. React issues can be tricky to fix. Now I can be happy. Excellent. Okay, so we do our insert. And here's what we're gonna do. We're actually going to manually split the ranges. We're gonna say alter table A split at values. We're gonna just give, why don't we just give it like one split point maybe? So we'll split at 5,000. And we'll also split the index, alter index A, B, IDX, split at values 5,000. So same thing. Okay, and I guess we have to, we'll say if error is equal to this thing, error not equal to nil, t dot fatal error. Okay, so now that we've split our table and index, what we're going to do, what's wrong with this? So it's saying, oh, this returns a result as well. We don't care about the result, so we're just gonna ignore it. Okay, so we do our splits. Now we're gonna do our truncates. We're gonna say tc.cons of 0.exec context ctx truncate A. You know, we can actually just say like this. We can get rid of the ifs and we'll do it with asserts. It'll just look a little bit cleaner, I think. Bar error equals, get rid of this stuff. We'll say assert dot nil, assert dot no error, t error. We can do that in both spots. I feel like that's a little bit cleaner, right? I know some people don't like these asserts in Go, but I like them, honestly. I feel like it's a lot cleaner than having to do those ifs all over the place, but whatever. It's a personal preference thing, I think. Okay, so we do our create, we do our insert, we do our alter, we do our truncate, and then the question is, we're gonna assert. I guess we should do two things. First is that we should check the number of ranges here to make sure that it's as we expect. And then we can do it the same afterwards and make sure that they're equivalent. And I guess that'll be our test. Why don't we just demo this in our shell real quick to make sure that we actually understand how this is gonna work. I feel like what I just did made no sense. I need to insert more values than that, right? So I've got, I guess I just inserted a bunch of nulls is what happened, which is, I guess, fine, but we might as well do it better. Okay, so if I say show ranges from table A, I get a single range. And what if I wanted to get the number of ranges across all of the indexes of the table? Can I do that? Select star from CRDB internal dot ranges no leases limit 1. What does this look like again? This has got range ID, start key, start pretty, end key, table ID. Okay, so I think if I say select count star where table ID is equal to a reg class, like this, I get one range. But if I were to say alter table split at, alter index split at, I haven't done in a while, alter index a b idx split at values 1000. Whoops, what happened? Oh god, this is what I'm saying with like Windows. It does all sorts of weird stuff that I don't understand. It's a little disturbing, but that is okay. So I do this. I should have now like 6 splits, I guess, or maybe 8, 7. Okay. Okay, so but this is a good approach. I think I can replicate this in my test, and we should be Office on the web. Like, are you serious, dude? Like, why? Please never do that ever again. Thank you. Goodbye. Okay. Okay. So what I'll do is do this twice. We're gonna say tc.cons of 0.query row context ctx. We're gonna say select count star from CRDB internal dot ranges no leases where table ID is equal to a reg class. Can stick this over here. If defer is happening inside of the loop, each loop, does this loop still happen after defer? Simple understand defer is that it's stacked at the end of the current function. Yes, exactly. Pratik has a good way of explaining it. I understand all the weird stuff Windows does, and I still don't like it and prefer not to use it yet. That is a fair point. Okay, so we're gonna do this, and here we're gonna get our row error like this, I think is how it gives me back, right? It's just actually a row, not error. So we're gonna say assert.noError, t row.error. Then we're gonna say row.scan, and so we'll say our n ranges. We'll say var n ranges int. We're gonna say row.scan n ranges, and we're gonna say assert.noError on this thing, because I think this can return an error as well, right? Yeah. Okay, so then we get to say assert.equal e n ranges, and I guess the number that we expect here is going to be 3 ranges. And then once we, I think what we need to do is actually split it a lot more values in this, because it's got to be bigger than the number of indexes times the number of nodes, and that's going to be 3. So I think we've got to make like a bunch of splits here. So we can do 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Data Science Bits, thank you so much for the raid. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the stream. What were you guys up to on the stream? If you haven't met me, I'm Jordan. I am a large data bank here on Twitch. Usually on the stream, I work on CockroachDB, which is a database written in Go, a distributed SQL database. And that's what we're doing today. We're working on fixing a bug. If you hit !project in the chat, you can see what we're working on. But anyway, welcome in, everybody. And yeah, hope you had a great stream. Thanks for the raid again. So we're just gonna make a bunch of splits here. I'm just gonna hard code these because I don't think it really matters. And we'll do the same thing for ABIDX. How about that? And that should be enough. Do you guys do data science on the stream? I think the SO command is like, you don't use the, I think it's like this. Do you guys do data science on the stream? You guys use R, Python, data science-y stuff? I'm interested. Data science, ML ops, Git, etc. Very cool. I'll have to come say hello sometime. Everybody give data science bits a follow. Spread the love a little bit. For some reason, I was thinking it creates a new stack frame pointing back to the loop stack frame, loses the parent. Yeah, I don't think it has to do anything with that. Luckily, I think, but I don't know. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna do our truncate, and then I guess what we're gonna do at this point is do our same lease, our range counter thing, and see if the number of ranges that we get is the number of ranges that we expect. I guess the first thing is that here we're gonna get, it's like
Data banks.
we have 18 split points, which I think means that we're gonna end up with 19 ranges. OPSEC mate, VC Wild, PSM, thank you guys for the follows as well. I think we have 19 split points here. And then after our truncate, right? The question is, after our truncate, what is the number of split points that we expect? I think what we expect is... what we expect is the number of nodes, so test case dot nodes times 4? Or it's like whatever that actual multiple is. Maybe the multiple is called preserved split count multiple. Can I get this out of the running server? I think I can. I can say tc dot servers of 0 dot cfg dot settings dot sv. Okay, so I don't know. By the way, did you guys see my tweet about that IntelliJ function that I really want? Basically, the idea is that I know that there's this sv, this settings.values, and I know it's somewhere in some of the fields of somewhere in my scope, right? And what I really want to be able to do is hit a shortcut and be like, find me the shortest path to an instance of this sv thing, and it would search. It'd be like, okay, well, I've got tc, I know I've got servers, so let me look inside of there, and I know I've got cfg, I know I've got settings, and oh, look, there's an sv, right? Like, so rather than me having to remember this every time, which is always annoying and it's very slow, it should just, the ID should know. I really want that feature. It'd be really sweet. So we're gonna say preserved split count multiple. Can I not get that from here? Oh yeah, that's in SQL. I guess I would have to make this an exported thing, which is fine. I can do that. Preserved split count multiple is the setting that configures the number of split points that we recreate on a table after a truncate. It's scaled by the number of nodes in the cluster.
The data bank's too big.
Okay.
I have to narrow down the search. How are you gonna do that? By guessing.
Okay. So here we can say SQL.preserve split count multiple.get, and then I pass in this SV thing, which I can get with tc.servers, blah, blah, blah. And I think to give the... No, it's just not working out for me. This thing is an int64. This thing is an int. So I guess I should just intify this and then it should work. Okay, very nice. So I've got my assertion, and I think that this should work in both cases. So why don't we go ahead and just run this test. We'll go ahead and run it from the terminal just because we feel like it. So we're gonna say make test package equals package SQL tests equals, what did I call this thing again? Test truncate preserve split points. Test truncate preserves split points. All right, so we'll see how this goes. What's up, Danny? What's the font? I don't know what this font is. I can find out. Cascadia Mono. It's Cascadia Mono. See ya, M. Vargas. Thanks for stopping by. Doesn't Go support multi-line comments? It does. Okay, so everything did not work. Relation ABIDX does not exist. Not equal, actual, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's fix this stuff up. What went wrong here exactly? Oh, this needs to say alter index. That's a problem. Uh-oh, is my webcam froze? Yeah, so this is the thing that I'm having trouble with. This is the thing, you guys. Okay, I told you that the stream was it's still a work in progress. We gotta figure out this camera situation.
Data banks.
Okay, we gotta figure this out. This is like the most cringe thing of all time to be. Okay, you guys are gonna have to check out my frozen image for another quick second here. Dude, this is brutal. What do I do? I think it's basically that, like, if the CPU gets overloaded while doing this decoding, it like gets unhappy and you have to like reset something. But it seems really sad. I didn't have this problem on the Mac. Did not have this problem on the Mac. So it's a bit frustrating. What do I do, guys? What do I do? No, it's not about the camera is the problem. It's the stupid, it's the little cam link thing. The little guy that connects it up, you know? Try Black Magic instead of Elgato. Does anybody want to send me an extra like $300? Oh man, I don't know why this stuff is so expensive, but it definitely is. It is. You're totally right, though. It is this darn Elgato crap. Like, all right, check this out. Check this out. It's sort of like. It just stays sort of sad. It's like, I can't do anything. I'm a sad, sad little cam link. I'm a sad little cam link. I can't give you any video input whatsoever. Let's try one more thing. It's plugged into a hub. I'm gonna plug it directly into the computer. So, yeah, you can still see my hands, which is the dream. Definitely the dream. And here with Camlink. Ah! All right, sick. Okay, we're back. We're back, boys. No problem. We just had some minor little issues. We're gonna have to figure this out for next time, that's for sure, but that's okay. That is absolutely okay. What was it? Well, I just unplugged it and replugged it into a different port. The port helped for some reason. Now I've got this like janky wire, but that's okay. We'll just have to just figure this out for next time. Anyway, so we changed our index. We changed our index, and the problem now is that expected 20 is actual 4, expected 19 actual 12. So it looks like our pre-truncate ranges are as we expect, but the ones after the truncate are not as we expect. So I guess it's time to debug that. I've had experiences where a USB hub was leading to worse cam resolution because too low of a USB version was being negotiated. Seems like your problem could be related to that if unplugging and replugging did something. Well, I used a different, I just put it into a different part of the computer, basically. Put tape on that port. It could be drawing too much power for the hub. It could be something like that. Free PCIe, I could do something like that. Yeah, that's a good point. I do have a powered hub is the thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a mystery. Unplugging the hub would be problematic. It would cause all sorts of other things to explode. Anyway, we'll figure it out. But what's kind of crazy is that it actually happens while the computer's busy doing other stuff. That's the trigger point. It's like, it'll work fine. If you start putting load on other parts of the computer, then often something will go unhappy and the hardware won't be sending any more video to the USB port or something. I really don't know what I'm talking about, but it happens when the computer's under load. So it feels like it doesn't relate to the Camlink thing drawing too much power. It's like something else that has to probably do with software, but I'm not sure. Change to Windows, I don't know, it's fine. I'm kind of in this weird like half Windows, half WSL world. And it seems fine. Windows seems reasonably good, I would say. Okay, so the question is, why do I'm basically getting one split per node instead of n splits per node. So I guess what we should do is debug what's going on there. AMD is known to have a USB controller problem fixed with upcoming UEFI update. Ooh, that sounds exciting. It sounds like we can do some firmware updates again, boys. That was really fun when we did that, when we built our computer. Yeah. Okay, so I guess what we could do to start out with is just print out the number of splits per index. Making splits per index, and we can just, we could just use the debugger for this. Why are we bothering here? Let's use the debugger. Why not? See how that goes. Although maybe we'll have problems. We'll see if, I haven't tried to use the debugger in WSL to Goland yet. And so we'll try this out, and we'll also see if putting the CPU load breaks my webcam again. So this is gonna be a double test, a double exciting test of various things. Federico and Profitor, thank you guys for the follows. Hey, we're at 1,990 followers, you guys. That's only 10 followers away from 2,000 followers, which is a pretty exciting arbitrary milestone. Why WSL and not just run Linux? It's a good question. I kind of wanted to try Windows I've never really had a computer with Windows on it. I don't know. Just wanted to try it. I've run Linux machines before. I guess like one reason is running Linux, you do have to spend some decent amount of effort tweaking things, I would say. I guess not like I haven't been tweaking things here either, but like I feel like Linux machines kind of like break or have issues pretty frequently, software updates, stuff like that. And it's like, I don't know if I really want to be dealing with that so often. I don't know though. Yeah, WSL is really, really good. It's so easy to use. It's crazy. Like I have this Windows machine and this is Linux right here. It's everything like works exactly as you'd expect. And it's like really fast. I don't know. I have no problem with the WSL. I think it's actually really, really good. I think it's gotten a lot better with WSL2 is my understanding. So n splits per index. Okay, so what are we doing here? N splits per index is 4, makes sense. N ranges is 10. And what is splits per index? Splits per index is, so splits per index is the number of, I see. So we need to change this. This needs to be something better named, like, this needs to be something like, whoops. Preserved splits multiple. It's gonna be making a little bit more sense. So n nodes is 4, preserved splits, no, n nodes is 1, preserved splits multiple is 4, n splits is 4. Splits per index is now going to be 2, because I guess old index IDs is size 2? That's a little confusing. I thought that we had a bunch of indexes in our test. Nope, we just have one index in our test. Okay, so this makes sense. WSL2 actually just runs a VM with normal Linux. It doesn't work well with VPNs. Some device and hardware specific things could be better. WSL, it makes it easy because some people use Linux and some use Windows. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we have splits per index is equal to 2. And does that make sense in this context? I think in the end, we want to preserve exactly 2 splits per index. So that makes sense. Oh, wait a minute. I think my test case, I think I just need to adjust my test case because the whole point was that, like, I'm asserting that the result is nodes times. I don't know. This is correct, though. Okay, never mind. I feel confused. Oh, what if it's that? What if it's that when we do this splitting stuff? Let me try something one more time. I'm gonna make my table. I'm gonna alter table split. I'm gonna alter index split. What if it's the case that when I do this truncate, it does?
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
What if inside of CRDB internal ranges, it still includes the old splits? What if that's what the problem is? CRDB internal dot ranges, no leases, where table ID is equal to A. What if this still includes the old ranges? That could be my problem. But it doesn't.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Hey, thanks Jazzcov and Rustafarian for the follows. Okay, so what's the problem then? In my test case, the issue was that I expected 4 and I expected 20 and I actually got 4. But 20 really makes no sense. 20 really makes no sense. Why would I be expecting 20 here? expecting n nodes times oh, it's because I have my expected and actual flipped. It's because I have my expected and actual flipped. Okay, that's the issue. Okay, so this is going to be less confusing. Let's make sure to keep this as we expect. And so then what we're actually getting is that we expected 4 and it got 20. Okay, that is making a little bit more sense here. But why do we have 20? That's a little bit suspicious. Okay, let's jump back into the debugger. Our splits per index is equal to 2. Our step is equal to 5. For I in range splits per index, we do our even spacing. We'll do run to cursor. Okay, so we did this twice, and our batch has what inside? We should expect to see 4 split requests, right? Something like that. Requests. We see 2 split requests. I'm kind of confused, honestly. Now this test is probably like irrevocably broken because I waited too long and the liveness stuff timed out. I feel like it's gonna, maybe one of the problems here is that like the test is gonna be flaky because the splitting of tables initially is sort of like not always going to happen at the same schedule. It's sort of a little non-deterministic when that happens, maybe. Could be the problem. What's up, Tanho? Vert C, still some potential for weird edge case breakage. Yeah, you're probably right about that. Does Cockroach ever get into a situation where it can't access some of its rows or columns, says Gil Oach? The answer is like kind of yes. If you have a situation where there's, you have a big cluster and more than, you lose quorum on a particular set of the data, meaning like, let's say you have 3 nodes in your cluster and you lose 2 of the nodes, you won't be able to access the rows at all. But if you have a bigger cluster and, you know, some of the rows are stored on a particular subset of those 3 nodes and 2 of those 3 nodes go down, then those rows that are stored on those 3 nodes will be kind of unavailable, if that makes sense. But if your cluster is healthy, then the answer is no. Expected for actual 20. And it's consistent. You know what I should probably do is I guess I could print out the results of the test. So instead of doing a count star, I could just do select star, or maybe what I should really do is like, Oh God, why does this look so terrible? What the heck? What is this? Guys, WSL2 strikes again. This is horrendous. Okay, let's just ignore that that's ever happening. Oh, and it is kind of, it's also flaky still. Is the calculation of actual correct? I think it is. Like, we're just, that is something that I'm questioning. Like, is it enough to just scan this ranges no leases thing? We'll try to recreate it again in our demo. See if that helps at all. Okay, so this makes sense. And what if we do select star from CRDB internal dot ranges no leases where table ID is equal to a red class. WSL2 having a good time. We can fix that. That's funny. Do we have an? We don't have an index ID here. We do have an index name. The index name is empty in these cases. You know, I feel. I guess what we could. One thing that we should also just do is we can just recompile the whole database using our patch to see if running the demo using the patched database will make it clear what's going on. Maybe there's something that I'm missing on that end. Okay, so we run our demo, create our table, insert our data, do our split, do our select, we'll do our count, and we're going to say truncate A. We're going to do our count again. We got 3. Now, does 3 make any sense? I feel like 3 makes no sense. And then it switched to do. Edvin Boss, how do you run DB locally? With Cockroach, you can just, if you run Cockroach demo, which is what I'm doing, it runs an in-memory copy that you can use to play around. The heck? I feel like something a little bit suspicious is going on here. Show create table A. So we've got our indexes, but for some reason those split points kind of went away. I feel like there's something missing. There's something missing. Maybe it has to do with this jitter stuff that I added. Defer internals would be a good idea for M. Dembski. Yeah, I haven't seen him on stream for a while either. Too bad. I always liked his streams. M. Dembski is someone who works on the Go compiler. Who was streaming on Twitch for a while. Okay, so did I screw up this expiration time thing? So I've got 10 minutes, and then I get up to 2 minutes by dividing by 5. Then I say random between 0 and 4 minutes, and then I subtract 2 minutes, and then I say expiration time plus equals that. That seems correct. Should I just print out print line? I guess we could say is like I'm gonna say like log dot. Just do it with an error. Error f ctx. Well, yeah. Ctx. Sending split request with expiration time. And then pass in our expiration time. Well, I guess we don't really want it to just be in nanoseconds. We really want it to be a duration. So we can say time.duration of expiration time. And we'll pass in the key as well. So we'll say new start key. Okay, so we're gonna try this. Maybe this will help, a little bit of extra logging to see what's going on. Lithium, what's up? You found the right system for Cockroach. You're forming a business plan now. Wow, very exciting. Since it defaults to passing the iterator value pointer, passive value is actually passed by reference. Okay, so let's try this again. We're gonna say create table, insert, do our split, do our other split, and we're gonna do our truncate. How come we didn't get any logs at all? Show ranges from table A. I feel like I must be missing something, huh? Is it because I didn't have log to standard error? I think that's the issue. Okay, well, we'll try it one more time. Create table, insert. Split, split. Then we're gonna do our truncate, and maybe we'll get some. We didn't get any these logs. Why is that? Is it because of this? We probably didn't get around to splitting our table yet, so just skip this particular range. comprise the index, right? And then what we want to do is split up those ranges based on this accounting that we figured out, which is that we want n splits per index and blah, blah, blah. So maybe, does it not make sense? Should we just actually split this stuff, not according to the indexes, but just according to the table? Should we just actually be splitting uniformly across the table, forgetting the indexes at all? I feel like that might be simpler. And it would also prevent this problem. But what would be the problems with it? It would be sort of like, yeah, no, I think that we still need to do it this way. No, I don't know. I'm confused. What's up? It's me, League. How's it going? I'm not feeling very retro smart right now. I'm feeling kind of retro dumb. Not gonna lie. Feeling a little bit retro confused. Okay. Basically, the idea is that for every range descriptor, we need to shift it if it starts with an old index ID. It needs to turn into the new index ID that's related. And this may or may not happen on any given index ID. So it makes sense that we would skip a lot of them. Retro derp, yeah, exactly. I'm feeling extremely retro derp right now. But what doesn't make sense is that it should happen a little bit more frequently than we're saying here. Unexpectedly didn't have bytes prefix. Well, the 0th range, the first range of a table, is probably not going to have the index prefix. That makes sense, actually. It's going to have just the table prefix. Oof, this is confusing. Right, like these ranges that we get back, they just might not contain the index ID, depending on stuff. It's kind of random. So for every range of start key, translate the start key into the key space of the replacement index. We'll split the replacement index along the same boundary later. I think I feel like actually maybe it's kind of fine. So like let's make a better comment here. If the range for a given index doesn't start with the index's ID, it might mean that the index is so small that it never split out into its own range. For example, let's say there were 3 indexes in a table, and the first 2 indexes, I mean, it's not really about it might mean that the index, it's not really about smallness, honestly, that the index never split out into its own range. For example, let's say there were 3 indexes. We manually split, make splits for the first 2, but the last index was not manually split. Probably this will mean that the last index's range will be the same range as the last range of the second index. So for us, what this means is that we just skip splitting this index altogether. The problem is that the way that this algorithm works is that we've asked for we're a constant number of splits per index. Whereas in reality, we don't want to have a constant number of splits per index. We actually want to have a constant number of splits total across the table, in case one index like uses up all the splits, so to speak. So I don't know what to say. I feel like kind of confusing. I think what we could do, I feel like what we could do is, instead of doing this per index thing, what we could do is say, how about this? Instead of ranging over the indexes, what if we fetch all of the arranged descriptors for the table? So we would say table prefix is equal to p.execcfg.codec.index prefix of uint32 table ID. And this is going to be table prefix. And then what we say is we just get all of the ranges for the given table. And then I suppose what we could do at this point is say, instead of looping over all of the old index IDs, we would take this loop here, and instead of doing this has prefix, what we'd actually do is decode the first bytes of the range descriptor. We would say like start key. I think there's like a roachpb.decode. No, what is it called? It's the same package that we were using before. So this execcfg.codec.decode table prefix or something. Random ID, Rustom MS, thank you guys for the follows.
The
We'd
data
say
bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search.
p.execcfg.codec.decode index prefix, right? Validates that the given key has a table ID followed by an index ID, returning the remainder of the key with the table and index prefix removed, and the decoded IDs of the table and index respectively. So I think what we would do is say decode index prefix of start key. I think we can cast this without a problem. So we'd say table ID found table found index error is equal to this. And then we'd say if error is not equal to nil, return error. And we'd say if found table is not equal to table ID, this is also an error. Do something sad. Wait, I guess this is key, nothing error, like this. Okay. And then what we do is we say our like found index, and what we want to do is map our found index to the new copy of it, right? Like basically we would say like for k and range old index IDs, we would say if old index IDs of k is equal to found index, then we would say, you know, basically like new index is equal to old or like new index IDs of k. And then we could re-encode this key using the new index. And then that would be the new start point, something like that. But it feels like kind of confusing. I don't know if this is quite right. Yeah, I don't know. I can't tell whether we want to do it per index or not. Like, the other thing that's really confusing is that like when we do this range iteration up here, we might actually get a bunch of ranges that are like old in a sense. Like we kind of want to start not at the table prefix, but like the earliest index prefix of the old index IDs or something, to like not include any of the old ranges. That if you truncate twice in a row, basically, I think it would get really confusing. This stuff just feels really painful and like kind of gross. I prefer this method where you're doing it per index, honestly. I really do prefer it. Actually, here's another question. Like, if I drop my table A, if I recreate with just the right number of indexes, right? Like, I think the whole problem with this was that I had too many indexes and it was getting confused. So if I make a table with just 2 indexes, I insert my data, I do my split, because I think this is more typical. Like, it is confusing that we're doing like an uneven number of splits on different indexes, because normally indexes are all the same size, right? More or less. I guess that's not even true, because some data could be a lot bigger. Yeah, dude, this sucks. I don't know. I think that we do have to weight it. I think it has to be irrespective of the index size. I think it has to be even across the whole table. Test written out with expected outputs for different cases. No, I'm only just thinking about that this problem exists. So I feel like I just didn't really realize that we had this as an issue. But just out of curiosity, if I do my select star from ranges and releases where table ID is equal to a red class, get these 7 ranges, and if I do my truncate now, what do I get? Unexpectedly didn't have bytes prefix. Yeah, so my first range doesn't have the index prefix because it's the first one. That kind of makes sense. Then we do a split. And then the second one, it says unexpectedly didn't have bytes prefix. Ah, yeah, it's the same thing. So it's the first split of an index usually goes to the last index. That's kind of the issue. Then we end up with 4 in this case, which is actually correct. We're working on the implementation of Truncate in this database called Cockroach DB. So we're working on the database engine itself. So like in this case, it worked, weirdly enough. But then one of the splits went away. How come that happened? That's another question I want to figure out. It's kind of like we had... Oh, it's because, yeah, it's these old split points. That's the issue. It's like this was... It's the ranges that existed in the old table before the truncate. So that's why it's sort of like flaky, and that's also why like we're basically getting the right number, but we're really only sending 2 split requests. We're getting the right number because we had 2 indexes before, so, well, we like migrate 2 of them and don't migrate 2 of them, and then the 2 that we didn't migrate get auto merged is the issue. Truncate doesn't sound like a difficult thing on the surface. Yeah, it doesn't. We're sort of making it better than it would be by default, I guess, but it is a little bit tricky. It works. I mean, it works fine. It's just like trying to make it optimal seems to be a little bit difficult. So I guess maybe we should just switch to this mapping approach. Should we just switch to this mapping approach?
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
I exist, therefore I think. Thank you for the follow. Okay, I think we have to switch to this mapping approach. It makes me very sad, but I think we have to. This means that we're going to get rid of this whole old index IDs loops. We're basically going to pull up this splits per index thing out to the outside. I guess we can keep going on what we're doing here. So if keep this. Maybe I don't understand it completely, but if you want to split it to 4 and your input is A, B, 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 C, D. The 4 ranges would be A, B. Yeah, so if you're saying that the data is like the A, yeah, exactly what you're saying. Exactly. Yes, that is precisely correct. Well, it's not precisely correct. Well, I think it is basically correct. Like if each of the letters that you're talking about is a range, then I think that is exactly what we would be doing. Maybe. So let's continue with this approach. We decode the start key of the. Is there a reason to make your own database? I work for a company that makes this database, Cockroach Labs. So it's definitely not really for fun. I do the stream for fun, but the purpose of making this database is to make a better database. So it's not just for fun. It's for profit, but also to improve the lives of every developer, right? You can sign up for a free tier Cockroach DB account if you want. If you go to cockroachlabs.cloud, you can sign up for a database. It's free, free forever. Make better than Oracle. Yes, exactly. You got it. Warzard, you figured it out. Okay. So we decode our start key. We search for the index that we found, right? We search for the equivalent of the found index in the new indexes list. So we're going to say like var new index ID int. This is going to be new index ID. I guess this is actually going to be a desk pb.indexid. If you type !cockroachdb, you can find more information about what cockroachdb is all about. Okay. So then I guess we need to if we don't find this thing, we're gonna be in trouble too if new index ID is equal to -1. Why is this not working? It seems insanity to make a database. It is pretty complicated. Not convert expression of type into type. Wait, but why? The uint32. So why is this permitted? This should not be permitted. I guess we can do it like var found bool. Found is equal to true. If not found, do something sad. Yeah, just some data structures plus IO. Exactly. It's simple. Okay, so we've decoded our index ID and we've found our new index ID. Then all we have to do is re-encode our key into the new zone, basically. So what we do for that is we say p.execcfg codec encode, or I guess it's index prefix. And we're going to put our table ID. We're going to put our index ID. I guess we have to uint32ify these things as well, which is kind of stupid, but that's fine. And then we're going to say, new key is equal to, I guess it's new split key is equal to, and then we like do this weird append. We're going to say append this thing, comma, rest of key, dot, dot, dot. Wait, did that not work? This is giving me back. Oh, the remainder of the key is the first thing. So it has to be like this. Rest of key, comma, found table, comma, found index. Like this? Is that going to be good? rest of key, table ID, index ID error. Okay. All right. So we have our new split key. And then what do we do? Then it's basically the same. So I think at this point, what we do is we copy this loop out. Not simple. Just write a good database. Yeah, it's no problem. We got this, guys. It's easy. No, it's not easy, but we got it. Together with a whole bunch of other teammates in a giant company in like 5 years. It's a team effort. You can't write a database that's really good by yourself, I don't think. Well, maybe a small one. You can probably write a pretty decent, small, tiny database by yourself. But making one that's really production ready, I don't think you can really do it by yourself. Any open GitHub issues you'd recommend to someone wanting to get familiar with how Cockroach DB internals works? We do have something called Good First Issue that we try to keep up to date. Good First Issue. I would say that these aren't super up to date, but check out that and see if you can see something that is appealing to you. SQLite has 3 developers. Yes, SQLite is a God mode database, not gonna lie. And those people are God mode people. Is there a way to do checked casts in Go? I'm not sure. Data Disciple, thank you for the follow. Maddie Two Shoes, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. You were in the stream earlier today. I think you were telling me about how your stream has a very high bit rate. But Maddie, welcome back to the stream. Maddie's viewers, welcome back to the stream. I'm Jordan. Work on Cockroach DB, open source distributed Go database. We're working on improving Truncate. You can hit !project to find out more. But hope you had a good stream, Maddie. What did you guys work on? Did you have a good time? Tell me everything. Okay, so our new, first of all, we can call this I now. Second of all, instead of doing splits per index, this is just going to be n splits. Somehow we lost our step. So our n ranges is going to just be len of ranges divided by, this is just going to be n splits. Was trying to look into PostGIS. Oh, that's cool. It seems it's not possible within DataGrip. I don't know. I haven't played with PostGIS too much. Cockroach does support PostGIS, which is pretty neat. We added a bunch of GIS stuff that's basically modeled off of PostGIS. But to be honest, I haven't played around with it, so I don't know. I don't know quite what to say. It seems pretty difficult to get that stuff to work properly, but when you do it seems very cool. It seems very, very cool. So I need to make a range descriptor. Okay. So let's try this again. For every range of start key, translate the start key into the key space of the replacement index. We'll split the replacement index along the same boundary later. Okay, so we do a res of key. I guess in this case, we found a split point that started somewhere else in the database, so we can't translate it to the new key space. Don't bother with this range. Continue. It's pretty hard understanding shape files and whatnot. Not gonna lie, I'm dripping with sweat. Was it from doing a stream? Were you saying that this was like one of your first streams, or did I make that up? Bim Noob, thank you for the follow. Hey, whoever is the next person to follow me, you're gonna be the 2000th follower, and you'll get a bonus of some sort. You read a blog post that it is adding GAS stuff. It might not be done.
The databank's too big.
Warzoid,
I have to
Munzie.
narrow
Oh
down
my
the
gosh.
search.
Thank you guys for the follows.
By guessing.
Warzoid was the one who won. And here's going to be your prize. Here's going to be your prize, Warzoid. For being the 2000th viewer, you're going to get something very exciting.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
I'm trying to give you an exciting gift, but it's not working. Warzoid. What's the deal with this? Okay, let me hold on a second. There we go. Okay, you got your gift, and your gift is a subscription to my channel. Thank you for being the 2000th follower, Warzoid, and thanks everybody for sticking around the stream and being so nice and having a good chat. It's been really fun. Love streaming to you guys. I think you guys are a great community. Really appreciate everyone's support, everyone's followership and chatting. So thanks everybody.
How are you gonna do
Here's
that?
my sentimental
By
speech of
guessing.
the stream. Enjoy the two emotes, Warzoid.
The databank's too big. I have to narrow down the search.
Okay.
How are you gonna
HB
do
Lou,
that? By
Philip,
guessing.
Wilkins, Sora, Tiago, Munzie. Thank you guys so much for the follows. Twitch community in science and technology is awesome sauce. I agree. I agree. Okay. Well, that was fun. That was quite fun. So let's go ahead and move on to the next. So we're making our new split key. And I guess we don't have to care about this. This was sort of the thing that we did in a slightly different way. I think we can also get rid of this index prefix. We have our new start key. I guess we should, why don't we just rename this to be new start key. And then I think at that point we should be good. We can now get rid of our other giant loop that is kind of complicated. Let's get rid of this altogether. Get rid of this. And there I think we have a simpler loop that is better. So the point of this is basically that we don't, it's going to absorb big indexes a little bit better than the previous approach. And I'm hoping that that's going to improve things. I guess the test basically caught this, which is exciting. It was sort of indirect, but the tests did catch it. So I feel good about that. Okay. So why don't we go ahead and just remake the database and see if we can notice a difference when we... there's still going to be a problem though. I just realized something, which is that this is going to fail, I think. Because I think the start key of the first range doesn't even have an index ID. And so it's just going to be like, the key wasn't long enough, and it's going to probably blow up. I guess we can see that in action. That could be kind of fun. I guess it'll test our assumptions that this will in fact break. So we're going to create table, split, and then we'll do our truncate. And I think this is going to give an error back. Invalid key prefix min. Invalid key prefix min. That's actually a different error than I thought I was going to get, which is a little concerning. What is that? Invalid key prefix. Where is that coming from? Invalid key prefix. Oh, it's all lowercase is why I couldn't find it. invalid key prefix. Okay, so yes, I guess it's the same idea. Basically, if we get this, how do we detect that this is going to be a problem, though? I guess we can just say if start key is equal to, is there like a keys.min? roachpb dot key min. Here we can just continue. Does this even make any sense as a condition, though? The music, by the way, is there's a Spotify playlist that I use for this called DMCA Free Lo-Fi Beats. I should make a commands add music. I use this DMCA Free Beats playlist. DJ Shadow's the bomb. So how am I gonna fix this exactly? Can I it's kind of annoying because I have to peek a little bit. Like I don't think I can just check the length of the key. You know, I guess what I could do is I know that this error is meaningful. Like if we get an error here, it means that either our key didn't contain an index ID because it was the first range in a table, or the key didn't contain a table ID because it's still the first range in the system that hasn't split off yet. In this case, we can't translate this range into the new key space, so we just have to continue along. All right, so how about that? I think in this not found case, so basically what is this about? We're iterating through the old index, the range start points, and if we find an index, if we find a particular range start point that contains an index that we don't know about, that probably means that we've truncated twice in a row and we found an index that no longer exists. And so I think in this case, we also just want to continue. We found a split point that is on an index that no longer exists. This can happen if the table was truncated more than once in a row, and there are old split points sitting around in the ranges. In this case, we can't translate the range into the new key space, so we don't bother with this range. Okay, how about that? I think that makes some sense. I suppose we should get back to writing these tests. I think that making a test for this that won't be flaky is going to be annoying. It's just the name of the game with these ranges, but we can do our best. Is this basically CDD? I would say it's very not TDD. I'm doing the least TDD approach possible because I'm not writing any tests ahead of time. But you know, that's okay. So we're gonna do our split. We're gonna do our other split. And then we're gonna do our truncate and see what happens. Truncate A. We still get invalid key prefix min. Why would that be the case? Oh, it's because I didn't type continue. UnTDD, exactly. The Fireship YouTube channel said he might do a video on Cockroach EB. What's Fireship? Is that something I should know about? Fireship. Test deprived development.
Scalable vector graphic.
Wow, this guy is a big YouTube channel. Dang. Dang. That sounds sweet. Maybe I should get in contact with the Fireship people. Okay, so we're gonna do our truncate. And what do we get? We send 3 split requests. We expected to see 4, but I guess it makes sense. Oh, look, the jitter's working too. Check it out. 10 minutes and 58, 8 minutes 45, 8 minutes 39. I feel like that looks pretty good. Cockroach commented on the sequel video he did recently. Oh, okay. That's cool. So I think this kind of worked. Why don't we rerun our test then? See how that works. Why does the cockroach name come from? It is a play on the resilience of cockroaches, exactly. The idea is that just like the cockroach DB survives nuclear disaster. It lives everywhere around the planet. And it's well networked, you know, just like a cockroach. Well networked. Okay, so expected for an actual 21. It's still kind of the same problem, which is we still have these old... Still don't really get what's going on there. Should have called it Water Bear DB. So sending split request for 3333-444. It feels like we're still sending too many split requests, right? So what is end splits? I probably am now miscalculating end splits. It's preserved splits multiple times end nodes. Well, no, that's kind of right. Let's actually try the test case just... let's use a subtest for this. So we're going to say t.run. The name is going to be nodes equals d. Then we can get rid of our random anonymous function as well, which is kind of nice. And then the point of this is that now that we've got a subtest on the command line, we can say nodes equals 1, and it'll just run the test with nodes equals 1, just to simplify things a little bit. Oh God, don't do that, Windows. Whatever you just did, don't do it. Okay, so not equal expected for actual 21. Why is it 21? It doesn't make any sense. Well, look, we are in fact emitting like a billion splits. And I just feel like we're doing something wrong with this algorithm. I still don't see what it is. End splits, preserve splits multiple. Do I have this just set wrong or something? Set to 4. Oh, is this wrong? Is this wrong? That would be really funny. Select star from CRDB internal dot KV node status. Seems to be one row. So let's see, we're gonna make end splits, and it's going to be preserve splits multiple times end nodes. No, never do that. Never do that. Okay. Okay. Run our test again. Cockroach is a Docker image. Yes, it does. As a manager, how do you define work-life balance? That is a great question. I feel like my work-life balance has not been particularly healthy during COVID. I would say I work a lot, and it's partially because, you know, you're stuck at home. You guys know the story. You've been stuck in COVID too. I think it's a little hard to separate work and life these days. I like my job quite a bit, so for me, it's not like working is like I haven't burnt myself out yet anyway, so it's been kind of fine, but it's definitely something that I want to look at changing as we come out of COVID a little bit more, figure out some things that I can do outside of the house, away from the computer and stuff like that, do some exercise, get outside. Yes, I am using WSL. Making 4 splits, 4 times 1. Sending split request. So I guess what the problem presumably is here is, again, yes, it's probably just that. They haven't merged away the old splits yet. It's definitely related to that, right? So how can I make the test resilient to this? Road trip? Road trip would be fun. I did buy it. So for next winter, I bought Epic Pass, which if you're in the US, you might know it's this ticket that lets you get access to like a ton of ski mountains. Obviously, that's a really far thing in the future, but I'm really, really excited for it. I've always wanted to become like a mini ski bum. And so I'm thinking that maybe for like a month or so, I can kind of work remote, maybe take some vacation at the same, you know, do a little vacation, a little work remote, but do a lot of skiing. I'm really excited for that. It's called long-term planning, right, guys? It's a great deal too. I think you have to ski for like 5 days and then it kind of makes up for it. But then, yeah, after that, it's like the skiing is basically free if you have your own equipment and stuff like that. I love skiing. That's such a good thing. It's really, really fun for me. All right. So how are we going to filter out these ranges that don't make sense, right? Dang it, select star from CRDB. I feel like I was too slow. Yeah, I think those are some good resources. Let me know what you think. I was too slow. So if I do this and then quickly go like this, what do I get? Yeah, you see, these are the old ranges. So you do get to see them. And how can I differentiate them is the question. How can I differentiate them? It kind of feels like I would have to parse apart this stuff, which just feels really gross. Okay, how about this then as a plan? What if I said in my test where table ID is equal to this and what is this? Start key pretty, end pretty, start pretty, start pretty like, and then I can put table, and then I need to figure out the n here. So table, whatever it is, 52 maybe. It's it's not quite correct. I need to figure out a way to get just these. Gosh, this is so annoying. Oh man, it is quite annoying. I guess I could go about this a different way. I could be testing by looking at, I could make a trace of Truncate, and I could assure that that Truncate was in fact emitting the trace, the split point request or something like that. Would that make sense? I don't know. This is driving me crazy. I feel like I'm really stuck on this test. Oh, here's another idea. Okay. No, I have a better idea. Let's make it so that, so I know that there's a way to turn off the merge queue. If we turn off the merge queue, then when we make these splits, it'll be deterministic. They won't kind of non-deterministically get merged away. And I think that would be an easier way to make this stuff happen properly. So how do I do this? Like, there's something called like disable merge queue. So how do I do this? Oh, this is going to be great. I'm excited about this. I think this is going to be the way to fix this problem. Server args, test server args. Okay, so then we can get rid of this. We can disable the merge queue. And then I think this is gonna make things better. Edward Snowden. Edward 8 Snowden. What's up, my friend? So I think the correct number here is now going to be 19 plus whatever this thing is. Okay, so let's try again now. Try again now. See if this fixes things. Thanks for the follow. The real Edward Snowden. Expected 23, actual 0. That feels wrong.
Database.
Oh, it's because I included this like thing. Let's get rid of this. Expected 23, actual 22. I guess it makes sense. So let's make it constant. Const. And splits is equal to 19. Or it's orig and ranges is equal to 19. Orig and ranges. Then here it's going to be orig and ranges minus 1 plus. We subtract 1 from the original and ranges because the first range can't be migrated to the new key space as its prefix doesn't include an index ID. Okay, so then I think this should actually work, which is quite exciting.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
So let's see. Mike RoMG says, if you're refactoring code and dealing with a large query that's slow, what's your process for making it faster? Always start to look at explain. Explain is your friend. If you're talking about refactoring SQL queries, explain is your friend. Always look at explain, try to figure out the plan, try to understand what it's doing. Is it using indexes? Is it using the wrong kinds of indexes? Is it not doing the right kind of join? Always use explain. Explain is like the first thing that you should look at. Don't speak much English, you're from Brazil. Very cool. Welcome to the stream.
computer's hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Mike Rome, El Oscilador, thank you for the follow. Okay, cool. Well, we passed our test. Let's see if the other test case will also pass where we have more than one node. I think it should. Yay, okay, our tests are passing. That is very exciting. We have a bunch of weird protobuf changes, which doesn't make sense to me. I feel like there's probably some issue with my protobuf compiler. It's making these diffs, but we can ignore them. It's not important. So we're gonna add 73 and then the truncate test that we changed as well. So okay, so we're gonna finally push this. We can go back to our code review and we will click publish. That took a little bit longer than I was expecting, but that's okay. Okay, I should also say, let's see, I redid this a little bit to be more similar to your approach, where we divide the range splits evenly across the whole table, not on an index by index basis. The reason for this is that some indexes may be larger than others, and they should consume more of the available pre-split points. PTIL. EM for a sequel, Cockroach, what other teams' layers are there? We have quite a few different teams. Got some teams that work on like backup and restore kind of stuff, CDC kind of stuff, security stuff, Cockroach Cloud stuff. There's sort of the KV layer people, there's storage people. We have a lot of teams. I'm probably missing some. Okay, so I feel like this is pretty good. We wrote a test. We fixed some of these problems. And I feel like we're probably good to go on this one. Let's go ahead and get rid of whatever these changes are. So we'll just say get CO 1 through 100. Okay. And so what did we want to do next? This thing is basically ready to go. I'm basically just waiting on somebody to give it an LGTM. This is the problem we were working on last couple streams about issuing GET requests, point gets. Just hoping we can get an LGTM on that at some point soon. There's kind of a cool continuation to this problem, which was being able to perform point deletes instead of just point gets. I think we kind of noticed this early on the stream. Let me show you this again, actually. If I say random questions even in the middle of coding, oh, that's okay. That's kind of the fun of this. It's social, you know. We're not trying to code as fast as possible. We're here to have a good time, to chat with each other, to learn from each other, hopefully, to talk about databases and to just chat about stuff. So always happy to answer questions and chat. It's definitely more interactive than just watching me program, I hope. If I run a delete from this table, so delete from A, where A is equal to 1, even though there's no data in this table, the database obviously doesn't know that. And so if I turn my auto trace on, if I delete from A where A is equal to 1, this is going to emit something called a delete range request. And the question is, like, since we know in this case that there's just a single key here, it's completely known end to end, we don't need to be emitting a del range. We can be emitting a point delete. And so I guess the point is that doing that would be more efficient, and we want to try it. So I want to start working at that. Possibly now. Definitely the next project I want to do. Want to do a very quick build fix? Maybe. What? Tell me more. Tell me more, maybe. Bootstrap doesn't use vendored modules. The build process always seems to download the Bootstrap Go modules from the internet despite them being vendored. Huh. I mean, the truth is that I have no idea how I would fix this, but we can definitely, kind of curious. So, Bootstrap. Is it that Go install doesn't use? Is it that Go install doesn't use the vendored stuff? Is that the problem? Oh yeah, Noria. I think that Noria seems cool. I don't know too much about. Isn't that thing like the materialized view maintenance thing? I was trying to ask my friends who work at Materialize about this thing, and they told me that it was different, but I didn't really understand what the pluses and minuses are. Oh, is it this? Go install prereqs? It's got to be like these random. I feel like it's these random. Well, because it all is vendored. I see what you mean. I can't figure out which command this is getting issued by, you know what I mean? I don't think I'm going to be able to figure this out, so I'm not, sorry, I'm not going to work on it. But I do think that it seems like we've got some people on the job here. Yeah. If you could help me figure out which command is actually issuing that, maybe I would be able to help. But I don't want to. Yeah, I'm not sure which command is actually causing this problem. If you could figure that out, that would really help. Then we can look at it. El Oscilador, thank you for the compliment on the keyboard. I will not wait. Okay, so let's go ahead and do git checkout master. The question is, delete request. Do we ever even emit a delete request as it is? Delete request. Wait. I guess we could change up our project now. Command edit project. Thinking about working on
Computers hooked into
teaching
over 1,000
Cockroach
databanks
DB
throughout the
to
world.
emit point delete requests from SQL. I not paste here? What's the deal? All right. So the question is, do we actually even emit these things as it is? I don't know. I feel like we probably don't. Which is interesting. It's rather interesting indeed. unless we call this new delete thing. Batch.del. Okay, maybe we do. We do. Delete row. Okay, so here's a question then. Why don't we do it in this very simple case? It feels like in this very simple case, we should always be using a delete request, right? Why? What do we have in explain here? It's a delete range from a auto commit spans. So why does it not use, why is it getting compiled to a delete range? I guess it's because it's about this fast path stuff. Delete range node is an optimization of delete node for executing delete statements in a single pass. It avoids a scan request followed by a delete request, opting instead for delete range request with the return keys option enabled. I see. So basically the problem here is that we have this special case stuff that comes up when we don't care what the output is. Is that kind of the idea? When can we plan one of these special delete range nodes? That's a question. Let's answer that question. Construct delete range. But when do we make a delete range versus not? Try build delete range. Try build delete range attempts to construct a fast delete range execution for a logical delete operator, checking all required conditions. See construct delete range. Okay. If rows need to be returned, no fast path is possible because row values must be fetched. Check for a simple scan input operator without a limit. Everything else is not supported by a range delete. If a table is interleaved, we can't use the fast path. If we have more than one interleave, we can't use it. No other tables interleaved, same thing. And then, okay, so it's really just like a simple fast path delete case and use a range delete. Can we probably can't do it if there are more than indexes either. Any secondary index prevents fast path. I see. So for example, if I said create drop table A, if I said create table A, B int, index of B, and then I said explain delete from A where A is equal to 5. This is not going to use a fast path delete. It's going to use a normal delete and it's going to emit point deletes, I think. So it has a normal delete, indeed. And so if I were to auto trace this, I think what I'm going to see is a scan first. Whoops. What I see is a scan, yes. And then I see nothing else because we don't emit a delete. But if I insert some data first, so if I insert into A values 5, 10, what I think I'm going to see a scan, and then I'm going to see 2 point deletes. Okay, so just as I suspected, I see the scan, and I see the 2 point deletes. And I guess the fast path operation that we want to do here is that if we have a fast path where there's a range to delete, but we also know that the range to delete is just a single key that we can get all of its keys from, we should actually be sending del requests instead of del ranges requests. And there's a little bit of an annoyance because we actually have to figure out whether we deleted stuff or not, and we don't have that ability on del. So it sort of seems like there's two projects. One is to teach del to optionally return the keys that it deleted. Then the other project is to teach this delete range node, the execution node, to emit those requests. So I guess we can get started on that. Does that make sense to you guys? Any questions? I'm not sure if this is totally abstract, but not sure. What's up, Sheenha? I don't know why the bot is ignoring you. Normally it doesn't ignore people, but it's an iris. I think the bot's gonna wake up at some point. But it's this.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Used to being ignored. Ouch. I'm using Windows with WSL2. Thank you for the follow, Blem Gang. Also, Extra Big Chungus and Toasted Jelly. Thank you guys for the follows. So I guess the first thing to look at is in our command get, WSL toolchain and Go. So the Go toolchain that I'm using is just a regular Linux toolchain. So this Goland is a Linux Goland thing on a Windows X server. Right, so I want to look at command delete, not command get. Command del. And actually, what does command delete range look like? It should have something like delete range response. It gives you this, all the deleted keys if return keys is set. I guess we need to have something just like this in our delete response. So to do that, we're gonna open up our API protobuf. Didn't know you could do that. Yes, it's pretty neat. It's actually pretty awesome. I'm gonna install this protobuf plugin just to get colors. Ralpher, thank you for the follow. So del request. No? Delete request it's called. Okay, so I guess the idea here is that we just want to copy this thing. So I guess it'll be return key, return the key that is deleted in the response. And then in our delete response, we're gonna have something similar. It'll just be bytes. It'll be optional. Bytes key is equal to 2. And it'll say the deleted key if return keys is set. This will be nil if no key was deleted. Used to use Go on Windows and then use WSL toolchain is a bit slow. I see. Yeah, so the way that I set this thing up is I use something called VCXserve. And the way that it works, it's really pretty simple. You just install this thing, and you have to add the like X display thing to your ZSH or whatever your terminal profile is, so that it knows which X display to connect to. But then you just install Goland like normal you would on Linux, and then when you run it, it just works. So check this thing out. There's a couple of Windows X servers. This one's free. There's one that's paid. I did buy it. It was like $20, but it was worse than this one for a couple of reasons. So I think that you should just stick with VCXserve probably, but there's a couple of alternatives. Okay, so in our delete response, we'll have this optional return key. And yeah, that's basically that. So now I think we're gonna have to deal with the fact that our protobuf compiler seems to be like somehow different than like this whole crap again. I don't understand. Why is this happening? Oh, do I need to, is it that the IDE is reformatting all of it? Is that what's going on here? Do I have like an exception carved out on my other computer for this stuff? I feel like it's probably something like that. I'm still trying to get everything set up the way I like it on the new computer. Yeah, I feel like I have these things ignored or something. Project structure, exclude files, star.pb.go. And maybe if I say git checkout, how do I match everything that's .pb.go using a git command? Is there a way to do that? I guess we can just do it the other way. I can say git add package row to pb api.proto, git commit, make this a whip, and then I can say git checkout 1 through 100. Okay. So then if I say make protobuf, I think this should... API proto was not found if had errors. Optional is disallowed in proto 3. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, try again. Okay, so that seemed to be working, and I guess this whole mismatch pb.go thing was in fact just my IDE, I think. Hopefully. This doesn't seem good. I don't know why this stuff all changed. This feels bad. Well, no, I think it's actually good. It's only changing stuff inside of the delete request. Okay, so I feel like this is good. We're gonna add these. How do I get rid of this thing again? Commit message. Thank you, Durdur. Yes, I'm always getting better and stronger. Exactly. Absolutely true. No, I think at a certain point, I feel like I would throw that question back at you, Philip. Why are you asking? Do you feel like you've plateaued? Do you feel like there's something that you're no longer understanding that you would really like to learn more about? How do I... There's something that like automatically makes this like sample commit thing, and what was there before? I guess I can search for that. Commit edit message. Can I just delete this? Oh, wait. No, that's not right. Grr. Whatever. I will deal with this later. I'm asking because I switch between languages with rootless abandon. I feel like I don't know a language really well. I feel familiar with multiple paradigms. Wondering how long it takes to feel fully comfortable and strong in a language. Yeah, it really depends on the language. I agree. I feel like Go is a language that you can master pretty well within a few years because it's relatively small compared to some other languages. Language mastery, it really depends on like what you want to master about it. Like, do you want to understand every detail of the garbage collector in Go? Every detail of when allocations have to happen? Or is it enough to understand how to program in the language and not care too much about the internals? I think if you don't really care about the internals, which is a reasonable thing, by the way, I don't think it's reasonable that everybody should have to learn all of the details about Go GC or the escape analysis or anything. I feel like you should be able to master Go within a couple years if you're familiar with other programming languages. But I don't know. I mean, it really depends on your level of comfort with programming in general, I think. I do think that if you switch back and forth between languages a lot, it's very, very hard to remember one inside and out. So if you're doing that a lot, Philip, I would say I wouldn't worry too much that you're that you're forgetting stuff. I think that's just natural. I think the skill that you really want to develop if you're switching between languages a lot is getting really good at reading the documentation, right? Like if you forget how something works, how quickly can you figure it out? I think that's sort of the ultra skill, right? Like rather than having to master a language and remember it forever, can you get the answers that you need even if you haven't worked in the language for a while? I feel like that's sort of the meta skill that you should work on developing. Does gRPC have transactions? I don't know if that makes too much sense. I don't think it does. I'm not sure what it would mean to have gRPC have transactions. Because gRPC is really just more of like a way to define streams between services. It's like an RPC framework. I suppose you could think of having a transaction in gRPC mean if you send two different commands over RPC, they would happen all at once, but no, you would really need to implement it all yourself. Two-phase commit, Corba had it back in the days. Okay, I didn't know. I've never used Corba. That sounds pretty intense. So what was I doing? Right, so we added this new thing to our delete request thing. Now everything is red for some reason, which seems bad. Why would everything be red? Oh, is it because I ignored these files? Should I not have done that? Maybe I shouldn't have ignored those files. Okay, so ignoring those files was the wrong thing to do. But I still want to tell the formatter not to edit these generated files. So how do I don't really know how to do that, actually. Dang it, this is annoying. How do I have it not run against a certain kind of file? How do I do that? How do I do that? I truly have no clue. I guess we'll just ignore it. We'll continue to ignore it and it'll be totally fine. You can modify the scope. Yeah, I know you can do that, but I just feel like I haven't done that before, so I don't see why we'd have to do it now. So basically what we'll do here in our delete request is we'll say if cargs dot args. Oh wait, we already have that done. If we say if args dot return key, then we do something different. And how do we figure this out? MVCC delete marks the key deleted. MVCC put using iter. Okay, so unfortunately we're gonna have to do something. It feels like we have to do a lot of work here because MVCC delete on its own does not give us back the key that it found. It definitely does not even know about such a concept. So let's take a look at what MVCC delete range does. It looks like it does a scan and then a delete. Seems a little bit weird. Well, I guess we'll see what people say when I just do this. So we're gonna say storage.mvcc get context read writer cargs.stats. Oh wait, we don't pass stats. We just pass the key args.key h.timestamp. Do we have any op? What are our ops? What kind of ops can we send? Inconsistent tombstones, fail on more recent, TXN. Doesn't feel like we need to send these, right? MVCC get options. We'll just leave this empty. I mean, Feels like it would be more efficient to just do this kind of in one shot, but I just don't know if this feels like a bad rabbit hole for us to dive into. MVCC put internal, make MVCC metadata. But it does seem to check to see if something exists already, doesn't it? Wait, but this is something called the meta key, which feels different. I have no clue what this stuff is about. No, I think this is actually right. I don't know why it's called a metadata key. I guess an MVCC key has a key and a timestamp. So we're just searching for
The databank's too big. I have to narrow down the search.
How Loco,
How are
thank you
gonna
for the
do
follow.
that? By guessing.
So there's something called a ridge meta key size, and I'm wondering. Inline put is about no timestamp puts, which we can ignore. Not okay represents no meta, no actually intent, and no manufactured meta. Buff.meta.txn is equal to nil represents a manufactured meta. There is no intent. Guys, I'm past my depth. No idea what we're doing here. This is like deep in the guts of MVCC, and I feel like, I basically think that what we need to do, if we wanted to do this inline, right? So okay, so what are we talking about? It's like MVCC put internal is a function that we use in a couple of places, and what it does is it puts some data, and it does a whole bunch of checks while it's doing that. And what I would really like it to do is return to me whether it found something there already or not. And I'm 90% sure that it has the ability to do so. And the question is, should we modify this function to allow us to do that or not? Would that bother other people? I don't really know. We have to go deeper, but then you go too deep. Exactly. This is definitely my life. If value is nil, it creates a deletion to some value. Value function is an optional alternative to supplying value directly. But look, it is past the existing value or nil enough none exists and returns a value to right or an error. So we could use that thing, or we could, even better, we could track to see where it's used. And then make sure we process value function before clearing any earlier version. Aha. So here is our xval. Okay. So I suppose we could just do it by making a... Oh wait, do we not get a chance to pass in this function though? It's like a callback, basically. MVCC get. No, wait. We want to be doing, inside of our MVCC delete, MVCC put. Aha, our value function is nil. Okay, this is fascinating. This is fascinating. Mike Rome G, do you have to understand the internals of DBs to become an advanced SQL user? I would say probably not that much. There's some things that you should understand about indexes. I think indexes is a really key concept to understand to become a good SQL user. You have to understand when a query is going to be efficient versus when a query is going to be inefficient. And I think that understanding indexes and the way that they work is a great way to understand when things are going to be efficient and when they're not. I think it's also probably pretty good to understand like the different SQL operators that get emitted given a SQL query. Like the different kinds of joins, a hash join versus a merge join, for example, versus a nested loop join, or a hash aggregation versus a like an inline, what do they call it again? Ordered aggregation. But I wouldn't say that you have to understand like deep internals. The stuff that I'm doing right now is probably not something that you would have to understand to be able to be a really powerful SQL user. This is the Golang IDE, GH Hardim. Having an idea what a query planner is and how you can work with it against it helps when you go in advance and want performance as well. I completely agree with you, OnePlane. That is true. So I think we can do better. Oh, but we use MVCC delete so many places. Maybe what we ought to do is introduce another version of this. Func MVCC delete. We could call it delete with value, or MVCC delete. How would we call this? MVCC delete returning value. It seems janky, but whatever. Well, this is just our prototype. We can always fix this up later. Okay, so MVCC delete returning value is going to be just like MVCC delete, except it's also going to return us back the value that we found. And our value function here normally is going to be a func from optional value to byte comma error. So we're going to make a func. Func value, I guess it'll say value fun is equal to func optional value byte error and so basically the way this is going to work is that, I mean, this feels a little nasty, not gonna lie, but this value function, the way it works is it takes in the existing value and I think we're gonna say, we're always gonna return nil nil here because this value function is constructing the thing that we're gonna put, but we're always gonna be putting nil because the whole point is that we're deleting. But what we want to do is we can capture the resultant value by using a closure. So we can say found, I guess it's like found key is equal to false, var found key bool. This is the more, I guess, go idiomatic way. And we'll say here, we'll say if value dot exists. Actually, we can just say found key is equal to value dot exists to avoid the conditional. So very cool. And then we pass in our value function here. Then we say error is equal to MVCC put using iter. Found key bool. I guess it's, yeah, we can just say error error found key bool. We'll say if error is not equal to nil. Well, we can just literally return error comma found key. The end. So here we'll document MVCC delete returning value is like MVCC delete, but it returns whether the key that was passed in existed already in the database. All right, I guess this existed is a little bit, the key that was passed in had a, how do I even say this? What's the terminology that we use in MVCC land for this? Also, do we ever pass in value functions, or like, I know they're closures, it's like pretty inefficient. Kind of feels like we probably never use value function. I guess we do here. MVCC increment? That seems really random though. I don't think we ever really use that. Conditional put using iter. Okay, so we use it in a conditional put. Well, anyway. Had a value already in the database. Okay, so then back in our command delete, we can say if args.return key, we say delete returning value, and I guess delete returning existence or something. I don't know how you phrase this. It's like VC delete returning existence. I think it's terrible, but I can't think of a better word. So we'll say error found key. If error is not equal to nil, return nil error. I guess this has to be return result.result, comma error. Now, if we did find a key, then, and you know, here's another truth, is that in our api.proto, we don't need to specify the key that we found. We already know it just needs to be a Boolean. Did we find it or not? Because we're not doing a range, right? So we can just say bool found key, something like this, equals 2. So true if return key was set and we found a key, and we actually, there was a key that got deleted. Okay, so let's recompile our protobuf. Decent in 6, but don't really know how to fully use any of them because you can't commit. What kind of stuff are you guys working on typically? Student at the moment, just learning. React Native, Rust game dev. That sounds awesome. Those are 2 really good technologies to learn, I think. Programming language compiler written in Haskell. That's awesome. Are you also a student, Philip? Compilers was definitely one of my favorite things that I did in school.
Database.
I hope you enjoy that. Okay, so I think if I do it this way, then I got my result, then I say result res dot local. Wait, how do I? Oh, it's not my result. I'm not changing my result here. So let me undo that real quick. I need to change the reply. I don't even need to do this. Don't need to do this. I just need to say result or resp dot. How the heck does this work? I'm confused. let's go to command delete range again. So reply. Oh, you cast it. I see. Then I guess to say reply dot found key is equal to found key. And in fact, I can even be cooler. I can say reply dot found key. Am I allowed to do this? Yes, I am. Very neat. Okay, I'm building a WASM backend for the language. That's assembly sent to the part after the IL. Compiler subword emits machine gun. Very neat. WASM is like the future. Everybody's all about that WASM right now. That's exciting. What kind of programming language are you building? Is it also a functional, strongly typed functional programming language like Haskell? Or is it something completely different? Futark. Futark. It's a good name. Okay. Hokos and Ninja Panda, thank you guys for the follows. Okay, so now that we've got our new fancy delete command, I think what we could do is go to delete range, and we can be a little bit smarter when things happen, right? Basically, when we go to do our delete range, we can check if our spans are empty, or rather not empty, but have a single start key. And if they do, then we can send a delete instead of delete range. And then we're gonna be in business. So it shouldn't be too bad, honestly. It's made as a high-level language for writing optimized GPU code. Wow, that sounds really awesome. So is it for, like, presumably not for actual, like, graphic stuff, but just, like, manipulating the powerful GPU parts and stuff like that that people are doing for, you know, Bitcoin or machine learning, stuff like that? So I think we can do a very similar thing that we did before in our get request PR. In fact, you know what I should probably do is I should probably just rebase this whole thing on top of my get request PR, because that way it's going to be easier. We're going to say get rebase onto gets in fetcher head tilde. Oh yeah, how did I... Then I can do git checkout dash b point deletes. Did I write a thesis? No, I didn't. I just did an undergrad. I have a bachelor's in science of computer science, bachelor's of science in computer science, but I didn't write a thesis or anything. I got my degree from UChicago. Onto Origin Master. Head tilde. Does anybody know, by the way, what the? Well, this is not good. Let's ignore this for now. Get rebase support. Oh yeah, I need to have some more tildes is the problem. Actually, I think I could just say get rebase origin master and it should do the right thing. Yeah. All right. Does anybody know, by the way, why on my Mac, if I type get reset head tilde, it works fine. But on this machine and on basically every other machine that I work on, you have to put capital head. Is there something that, like, I just don't understand? Is it something to do with case insensitivity? I just don't feel like that would be related, because Git, why would Git care about that? Anyway, I would like to figure out how to make this work on Linux. Capital or lowercase head. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, so point is, in my opt-exec factory, I did something very similar for my delete, my point get requests. And I think that I should be able to basically do the same thing for the deletes. I forget where I did it though. It was something called like can split into separate families. I think we just talked with one plane on this stream.
As simple as this is. Because you need it.
This is done in append spans from constraint span. Spans from constraint. Oh, you know what's interesting is that we actually use this very same code here. So this should kind of like work, I would say, given what we've got going on here. Case sensitivity of file system, maybe get reaches for a head file. Yeah, maybe it's something like that. I wonder if I can like get lowercase head. It's worth mentioning that when you're on a case-insensitive file system, trying to open the file ABC will...
That, my friend,
I see.
is a thing of joy.
Avoid this habit. If you don't like typing head in all uppercase, use at. There's something called at? Oh my god, dude. What is that? Wait. Get at symbol. As of get 1.8.5, the at sign without a leading branch reference name and ordinal is just a synonym for head. That is amazing. Holy crap. That is absolutely amazing, dude. That is absolutely amazing. I'm going to be using this all of the time. Why use head? We're going to be using at. Get show at. Oh, it's so fast. Okay. I'm feeling good about this. So, the question now is, why does spans for constraint? So spans for constraint is the thing that gives us these like key spans from a optimizer span constraint, which is two very, very similar things. But the point is that this function, ever since I made this get request change, it actually will split apart a span that has no end key. Wait, how does it work again? Kind of forget how it works. Can split span into family spans. How does this work? We pass in the needed families. How does this work? Can split span into family spans. Returns whether a span encoded with prefix line keys and non-needed families can be safely split into one or more family specific spans. Remember this conditional, guys? We refactored this on the stream and it's great. It's a lot better now. We can only split a span into separate family-specific point lookups if not a special system table, okay? It's unique, fully constrained, either has just one family, that's our case. We're looking at a secondary index. So this should work fine. And I think the reason that we don't do this is that we quit early if we know that we're doing this for a delete for some reason. So we have like a special case that literally just avoids this case altogether, but I don't know where we do it. Oh, yeah. So look at this. There's an and not for delete kind of situation. So I think what we need to do here, we need to adjust this condition. So if needed greater than 0, and span.key equals span.end key. Okay, let's break this conditional apart a little bit. So this is like the core of the thing. And now there's going to be a little bit of a difference in like the for delete case. So if we have for delete, we can only do this if we only have one column family. If we have more than one column family, all of this is sort of moot, and we have to like go back to delete range, I think. Well, it's a little bit more subtle than that, but let's just start with that condition. So if it's for delete and for delete and len, it's not needed family IDs. It's actually just like the number of column families altogether, which I don't know if we have that information, which really sucks. I think we should. B dot table? No? S. It's not B. S dot
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks
index
throughout the world.
dot column families? Families? No, please. N dot table dot families. Num families. Okay, there we go. How much time do you usually get to code per week as an EM? Basically just on Fridays. Sometimes a little bit more, but really mostly just on Fridays when I'm not doing my main job. I feel like I should make an FAQ about this because it comes up a lot, but I work at a company that's I'm lucky enough to have a 20% time kind of thing. So Monday through Thursday, doing regular eng management stuff, a lot of meetings, a lot of working with people, a lot of planning, writing docs, the management stuff. Lots to it. On Fridays, we have this policy where you can have a flex Friday. You can work on something related to work that isn't your main work. So for me, that's meant doing programming, doing it on stream, teaching people about databases, hanging out with you guys. Lots of fun. So thanks to Cockroach Labs, we're doing it all together, right, guys? Right. But that's kind of why I've been doing the coding stuff, because I can, and I still love it. So num families, well, basically this is like if not for delete, or these conditionals start to just get really complicated. I think I'll just say if for delete and s.table.num families. It has to be an or. Oh, it's so complicated. Basically we want to say if for delete and s.table.num families is greater than 0, then we leave. Goodbye. But we don't have a way to leave because this isn't a function. So it's a little bit irritating. I wonder if I should just pass in for delete into this can split thing. That might be kind of nice. Out of curiosity, I forget. Do we do a thing? I want to figure out if in our get request PR we emit, if there's a table with 2 column families and we need them both, so we emit a range scan or 2 gets. I can't remember what we do there. I think we emit a range scan, which feels questionable. I feel like there should be some heuristic that's like, if you only need 2 things, then just emit gets. Don't emit a range, because I think it's still more efficient. But I guess I just don't know what that heuristic would be. Good bite? Did I say good bite? Oops. Good bite. Okay, so we're gonna run our demo. We're gonna say create table A in primary key, B in, C in, family A, family B, family C. Okay, so then if I set auto trace equals on, and I say select star from A where A is equal to 3. Well, we'll say select A comma B from A. Wait, why am I doing it like this? We should just use explain. So in my explain, it looks like I do a I just do a range scan, which is a little surprising. Did I? Oh, is it just that explain doesn't show it to me? I think that's probably what it is. Let me go back to the tracing method. Set trace equals on KV. I should probably fix that, honestly. But anyway. Okay, so in this case, what I do is I send a range scan for the first and second column families. If I do ABC, it'll be the whole range. And if I do A comma C, I'll send 2 get requests. Okay. So the point is, I think it's a little tricky. I think we should just, let's keep it to I think what we're going to do is we're going to add a 4th argument here. So for delete bool. This is going to be false or delete. But in this other case, it's going to be dependent. We're just going to pass in our for delete here. Okay, and then we can do better. The table is not for, we're not deleting. We're performing a delete. How do I see this? We're not performing a delete. Or we are, but there's just one column family. So we'll say, and I guess we also need, no, we have this. So we could say if for delete and num families is greater than 1, then return false. Okay, so given that, I actually think that that would be enough to change a bunch of stuff all of a sudden. What's with the star comments? Well, it's just this, it's kind of like a markdown thing, I guess. I don't know. I just sort of made this up. It's like we have this giant list of things, and each comment with a star is like a bullet point in this big list, is what I was trying to go for there. I don't know. Doesn't really mean anything.
The data bank's too big.
So I think just making this change actually should like cause things to be broken in an interesting way, which I think is a good thing. So FK spans now needs to be fixed, I guess. This is gonna be false or delete. Hobord, thank you for the follow, as well as Air Dinch, thank you for the follow as well. Okay, so now I think what should happen is probably that when I delete stuff, it'll like crash or something, because we haven't implemented something important. So if I say delete from edu yayo, I'm gonna go ahead and probably just time you out for that. But terrible offense. Don't be offensive. Delete from A where A is equal to 3. Explain. So, right, this won't work because we had multiple column families. We'll try this again. Drop table A. So here we have a table with a single column family, and and we're gonna just explain a single delete. Well, we're just gonna run the delete. I think this should probably crash. End key must be specified. Very good. So this is exactly true. And this means that we've properly split this thing up into a single delete span without an end key, which is the dream, because given that information, we can now emit a point delete instead of a range delete. So all we have to do now, I think, is go to delete range. And where we're going to do these del ranges, we can have a condition. We'll say if span.endKey is equal to nil, so we'll just have two cases. Okay, so now the only difference is that we're going to need another method on batch, I guess. Is it typical that people use this in? Yeah, they do. Okay, so we'll just have to have another another method here called batch del. We'll say like del key. It's kind of weird that it's an interface, but whatever. Return key bool. So I guess this is not really tricky how to name that, but it's okay. So we'll say return key bool. And we're just gonna kind of copy what this is doing. But we don't have to mess around. We can just say b.append rex roach pb.new delete. Well, we need to be a little tricky here. So we'll just say del new delete. We're gonna pass in our k. And then we get to say del dot set. How do we like edit? I guess we could just edit new delete to include return key bool. Return key bool. And we just say return key, return key. Okay, so then we just have to change the callers of this, but that's no big deal because there should really be only a few. Return key. Oh wait, it's like this. Return key, so it's false. Return key. This is gonna be return key, or it's gonna be over here. Return key. I guess we can inline this thing as well. There's no need to have a separate variable for it, really. And then we just init result and return, I guess.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the
SQL
world.
King. Thank you for the follow, SQL King. This is like the right channel for you, my friend. Welcome to Large Data Bank. We do a lot of SQL here. I feel like there's other instances of new delete that we need to fix. Maybe not. Thought there were a few more, but I guess we got them all. Okay. So now that we've got that, we just have to say del p. We pass in the span.key. We say return key true. And then we should be good to go. So then the next question is, what do we do with the responses? Right? Right now, we probably always take the response and turn it into a delete range response. But I think what we actually need to do is, where does that happen? Delete range. We don't do that anywhere? Parses the results of a del range response, right? So b.results. I'm a little confused. How does this get set in the end? Oh. I see. Row is equal to result dot rows of k.
Computer's hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
ZD14, thank you for the follow. I'm a little confused about what's going on here, to be honest. Fill results. Delete request.key. So I guess we also need to say something like if result.error is not is equal to nil, result dot we kind of need to like I guess we can say result dot keys is equal to result dot error is equal to nil and args. I guess we need to capture this. And args dot or delete request dot return key, then result dot keys is equal to roachpb dot key of delete request dot key. Right? Something like that. No, that's not quite right either. We need to be looking at the I'm confused. Like, where's the actual response? Oh, we just have to cast it. Okay, so we need to say like resp is equal to reply dot delete response. And then we can say resp dot if resp dot found key. This is definitely confusing. Do I even need to bother with this? I just don't really get this. Okay, so do I get more information? I get these results. Do I get the replies though? That's what I don't get. B dot, doesn't feel like I do. Results of 0 dot, I have an error, keys, resume reason, resume spans, and rows. That's it. It's so weird. I guess I just have to continue on doing what I'm doing here. So if found key, then result.keys is equal to roachpb.key of delete request.key. Okay. All right, so given all this stuff, we're getting closer, you guys. We're getting really close. Given all this stuff, all we've got to do is in delete range. I actually think that we're possibly done because since we made that change to how the results are populated, by the time it actually comes to iterate through these keys, this is going to contain the key that we deleted if we did. So I feel like we might be good to go, weirdly enough. It's a little surprising, but I think it might be true.
Data banks.
Let's find out though. FCE33A, thank you for the follow. It became evening all of a sudden, you guys. I don't know how that happened. I've got this really beautiful tree outside my window. I've been meaning to set up like a tree cam because it's just so nice looking. It's all flowered out. It's like got these white buds everywhere. It's pretty nice. It's definitely a springtime kind of vibe here in Brooklyn. Pitch black outside. It's getting dark where I'm at, but there's enough like ambient light, you know, in the city that I can kind of see stuff. I'm kind of jealous that you've got pitch black. That feels, it's nice to have pitch black. All right, nice. We crashed everything. Index out of range 0 with length 0. So that was in batch 229, the code we were just editing. Yeah, well, this makes no sense. This makes no sense. We'll just get rid of that. Okay. Let's try this again. Are you far from a city, one plane? Can't stand long build times, wouldn't do well with Rust. Living in what would probably be comparable to the suburbs. All right, so let's look at our explain here, or we can do our auto trace. And we're sending dells, so that's pretty easy. I think I feel pretty good about this, and there'll be lots of tests to fix. We change our tests to. I guess we'll just run our tests and we'll kind of observe what gets output in the trace and we can update that. But let's just go ahead and do that really quick. So we'll say make test base logic. Well, I guess we could do test opt logic and just see what happens. What's up, Kung Fumi? I'm doing pretty good, man. How are you? I feel like what I really want to do, you know, like how the chat window, it's like kind of hard to see because of the background. I wish I could improve this by adding some like alpha to the background or something like that. You know, wouldn't that be nice? I'm not sure how I would do that exactly. What's nice about this place, bought the house last year, nearly built for you. That's awesome. Looking out the window in one direction, it's grasslands, some water, some trees, other direction it's the city, bunch of buildings and roads. That's cool. Yeah, you got the mix. M. Lazowik, you solved it? When the main module contains a top-level vendor directory and its go mod file specifies go 114 or higher, the go command now defaults to mod equals vendor. V20 has 1.13, so it needs the mod vendor flag. Could be that go install is not using go mod vendor flags. Dude, nice. Nice find. Impressive work, my friend. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to do this. Yeah, so if it's not happening in 21.x, then yes, you can just go ahead and target release 20.2. The only thing is that, like, yeah, I think you could just go ahead and target release 20.2. And that would be good enough. It's interesting. I didn't realize that it's not affecting 21.1. That kind of like lowers the importance of this probably, but like, yeah. Good find. Thank you for doing that. So what happened with this? Didn't really tell me much. Expected but found. Ah. So we failed auto commit and partial index down metamorphic and cascade and delete. Let's start by fixing delete. I feel like that one's going to be the easiest one to fix. So in logic land, I guess we basically just have to search for where we're doing del ranges. Wait. Oh, this is an opt builder. We need exec builder, different test file, del range. Okay, so ensure that del range requests are chunked or delete from. So this one's still going to be the case, I think. Now this one, on the other hand, will not be a del range. It's going to be like del.
Data banks throughout the world.
Thank you for the follow world record for following channels. Good luck with your world record. All right, I think that's the only thing that we should have to fix for this guy. That will get auto rewritten. So we'll retry with files equals delete, test flags equals rewrite. So this test flags thing is really nice. It lets you just rewrite the whole test to be what actually comes out of it. This doesn't seem to be different. I wonder if... There's something funny about this IDE. It's not picking up changes in the file system. How do I fix that? How do I fix that, you guys? So let's see. Go land notice file changes. By the time we need anything for real, v21.1 will already be released, so we can work off of a fork for now for no sorry from our side either. Okay, cool. But go ahead and submit the PR. We'll definitely merge it. It seems pretty straightforward. Again, thanks for taking a look. It's probably not going to work that well because of WSL2. Is that the reason though? Like, file update notifications being delayed until the VM disk is updated. Oh. Uh-oh, that sounds terrible. WSL to file notifications. The only thing is that it's not like I'm doing notifications between the Linux side and the Windows side. It's all on the Linux side. So is it iNotify? JetBrains iNotify? Synchronize. Synchronize external changes when switching to the IDE window or opening an editor tab. Definitely did that. Oh, there it goes. Maybe I just needed to switch tabs and come back or something. Oh well. That's annoying. That seems pretty annoying. Okay, so let's check out our auto commit test here. So here's our del range. This will get auto written, auto rewritten. Like most of these get auto rewritten, so we'll just rewrite this one as well. So this is auto commit metamorphic, non-metamorphic. Batch with limit contains delete request. That is true. We need to fix that, don't we? Batch with limit. We need to accept delete requests here. Okay, so did we change anything in our auto commit non-metamorphic? We're sending dels instead of del ranges. Very good. This thing. Oh, it did update. Okay, cool. I should probably add another test to this thing. So ensure that we send del ranges when doing a delete, a point delete operation on a table that has multiple column families. I feel like we could be doing better, but that's okay. Family? Don't do any family tests here. So we're gonna say statement okay. Create table A column or multi-CF. A int primary P, B int, family A, family B. Basically the same test. This should be a del range. You can see mod equals vendor on the screen. What did I do wrong? Error while processing? Oh, expected, but found. Oh, it's because I need to be deleting from multi-CF. Okay, the problem is expected but found, sending batch, get. Okay, this seems fine. So let's go ahead and rewrite. Okay. All right. So we've done this, we've done this. What else is there to do now in our big list of failing tests? We also had Cascade needs to be fixed. Auto commit we did. Partial index needs to be fixed. So it's Cascade and partial index. I think that's it. Okay, so taking a look at Cascade. We've got some del ranges, but nothing in our title, so I think we can just probably rewrite this and it should be fine. And then our partial non-metamorphic or whatever is the same way. Okay, so no problem. We're just gonna say Cascade and then partial, what is it? Partial index non-metamorphic. Partial index non-metamorphic. Test flags equals rewrite. And see what we get. So we got some dels. Just one change to this one, actually. And for this one, this is a little suspicious. Got some removed values. This feels wrong. This feels quite wrong. This feels right. This feels right. But this feels very wrong. Definitely concerning. So we used to have 4 delete ranges, and now we have 3 delete ranges. What is up with that? What is up with that exactly? Don't really like it. Just got removed altogether? Oh wait, but look, it's actually fine. Oh wait, is it fine? No, we're deleting table 112. We should be deleting this row in table 112, and instead we're doing nothing. It's definitely weird. Let's run the test again. So we're gonna say make test opt logic, files equals cascade. We see this failure, expected for but found. That is deeply weird. Let's just delete top of the file so we can just rerun very quickly. Okay, so this is not good. I would say it's not good at all. I guess there's some differences, which is that obviously this is table 112 through 115, whereas our test case should be 53 through 56, but we still should see 4 tables and we only see 3. Well, I guess we can just, it shouldn't be too hard to get to the bottom of this. Let's go check out our delete range file.
Database.
Thank you for the follow, Carano Man. Why don't we go ahead and just emit. Oh, I see the problem, guys. It's no big deal. Not a big problem at all. I just didn't notice that we were doing a filter. I didn't notice we were doing a filter on the results. You see how we're doing KV trace of del range. I think we can get rid of that. Or maybe, can you do del comma del range or something? Um, I'm a bit confused. I think what it should look like is this. And it's the same here. Nope. This one should be the same. This one should stay bell range like this. Expected this, but found this. Okay, great. We're good. We're good to go. No problem. No worries, everybody. It's all gonna be okay. All passes. Love it. You love to see that. Make sure it passes in all the different configs. Interestingly, it does not. Why is that? Is it? Well, that's confusing. Thought I just, is it non-deterministic? Oh, it's probably to do with the families. That's the problem. I need to pin the column families on this guy. Because if you don't do that, then it's random whether there's column families or not. So we have to say family p data.
Data banks.
Like this. Okay, I think that's gonna make it non-flaky. Hope so. Okay. Great. So now what? Now what? I think, del range. Del range. I feel like we're good to go. Let's go ahead and make a commit, and then I think, yeah. Okay, so we'll do get add 1 through 10, get commit amend. We're gonna say SQL, emit point deletes from delete range. Well, emit point deletes more frequently. Previously, the delete range SQL operator, which is meant to be a fast path for cases in which an entire range of keys can be deleted, always did what it said, emitted delete range KV operations. However, this is missing a crucial, well, this what's the word? What's the word for like prevents? I guess it prevents. I feel like there's a cooler word for prevents than I was thinking of, but I forget what it is. This prevents a crucial optimization, sending point deletes when the list of deleted keys is exactly known. Precludes, exactly. Precludes. You got it, my friend. Get number. It's a script called get number. and I have an FAQ item about it because people always ask. It's such a good thing. I am obsessed with it. Okay, this precludes a crucial optimization. Setting point deletes when the list of deleted keys is exactly known. For example, a query like delete from kv where k is equal to 1000 uses the fast path delete since it has a contiguous set of keys to delete, and it doesn't need to know the values that were deleted. But in this case, the performance is actually worse if we use a delete range kv operation for various reasons. See where is this PR that I'm looking for? 53,939. And what are the reasons exactly? The reasons are, I'll just put them back into the PR message. Uh-oh, I'm just realizing something problematic, which is that I have to pick whether I use Control V as the Vim key binding or the like Windows paste binding. Ugh, what do you guys do for that? How do I, this is annoying. I feel like I'd prefer if it was Windows V or something like that, but like, I don't know. I'm confused by Windows, honestly. God damn it, I keep doing it. I need to figure out a way around this. Okay, so. All right, so now we detect, okay, so let's see. This commit adds, well, the reason we couldn't previously emit point deletes in this case is that SQL needs to know whether it deleted something or not. This means we can't do a blind put of a deletion. We need to actually understand whether there was something that we were overwriting with our delete. This commit adds an optional return key parameter to get request, to del request, which returns true if a value was actually deleted. Additionally, the delete range SQL operator detects when it can emit single key deletes and does so. Okay, so release note, I guess there's a, yeah. Release note, performance improvement. The database, I ended up with 3 systems on one desk because there isn't one size fits all. I see what you mean, yeah. The database, I guess I can say deletion, point deletes, in SQL are more efficient during concurrent workloads. All right. Closes. Well, I'll do that on the PR. Okay, so basically, I think we're probably good here. We're gonna do git push you mine. How do I... Okay, here's a question. How do I go to this URL? Control click to follow link. All right, control click. Okay, so SQL. I guess in this case, we need to, the reason it's not auto-populating this is that I have a bunch of other commits in the commit, but that's no big deal. I feel like this commit message is also terrible. Let's fix the commit message. SQL, emit point deletes during delete fast path. All right, so let's copy this commit message as well. Uh-oh, we don't have PB copy. Let's see, how do you do this? This is gonna be complicated. Okay, WSL2, let's see, Vim, Linux, clipboard? Set clipboard equals unnamed. Set clipboard equals unnamed. So what does that do? Oh, it just takes... Oh, it just puts everything into the clipboard. Oh, plus Y? Is that how it works? Let's see. Register plus Y? Does that actually work across? No, it does not. It does not work. There's probably some weird magic that I need to do to make that work. God, it's okay. I'll just use the Windows clipboard for now. This is a wart for sure in my setup. Okay. And then we can also add closes. I also probably should put depends on get request. I should also probably say that this is going to be a draft PR. How do I do that again? Maybe I can't draftify it now that it's open. Perfect. Thank you, Jadlers. Okay. Cool, guys. How's my experience with Windows? I like Mac better. There's some things that Windows is a lot better at, mainly to do with the streaming stuff. I think it's got a lot more power with OBS. I feel like most of the streaming stuff that they've made is just like a little bit more native in Windows. So that's kind of the big reason why I'm using Windows for the stream right now. Plus the fact that this machine is really beefy. I guess I could have put Linux on it. I don't know how well OBS and Linux really work together. I guess I could try to find out, but that seems like quite a bit of effort. So I'm enjoying trying Windows out for a little while. We'll see how long it lasts. But anyway, I feel like we made some good progress here today. We didn't quite get this thing done. We were going to do a little bug fix on this, but that's okay. We can do that next time. Overall, I think we did pretty good. So as a recap, what we did is we kind of looks like these tests are failing though. What? Hold on a second. Oh, can't log into this on this computer. That's an annoying problem. That's an annoying problem. Actually, wait, I think I can, because it's all OAuth, isn't it? Having Linux VM in Windows for development with VMware Workstation, wouldn't this be a solution? I kind of think that's what WSL2 basically does. I guess what I could do, take it to the next level by using the whole X desktop thing in WSL instead of doing it half Windows desktop, half Linux WSL, but dang it. Okay, so there's still some issues with this test that I added, but I don't feel like fixing them right now, so I probably won't. But anyway, that's okay. Basically, as a reminder, we did this truncate bug. We responded to some pull request reviews for it. We added a test. We fixed some problems. I think this one, I could probably mark this one as a non-draft at this point. And then we recap some of this stuff. This is ready to merge pretty soon. And then we worked on this problem. Perform fast path, not range key value deletes. I think we got something that basically works for this, which is cool. And yeah, that's kind of what we got up to, guys. So I think it's probably time to find someone to raid. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. But you guys, thank you so much for a great stream. It was a lot of fun hanging out with everybody. Nice big crowd, a lot of chatting, a lot of good questions, and a lot of new people on the stream. We crossed 2,000 followers tonight, which is really exciting. And overall, yeah, I think we had a pretty good time. I feel like I need to move the chat out of the way at this point. Run Windows only randomish machine, get the capture card. Yeah, I guess I could do that, but I don't really feel like it. So let's go ahead, find someone to raid. Let's see who's on the science and technology world. Looks like there's Stragger, there's me, there's Griffing, there's Rhyme last stream for a while. Where's X? I've rated them. Data Science Career AMA. Trying to fix up the framework. Twitch does pixel art.
I would say it's definitely top.
Let's go ahead and raid this person, Shantoni.
I'm so
Should be fun.
Yes, Big Hero 6 is super.
So send them a nice message, you guys. Send them some sort of raid message. Make it fun, make it exciting. Use those emotes. You can give them a large D2 ancient Twitch raid kind of thing, like this. Yeah, that's about it though. So hope you guys have a great night. It was great hanging out. Maybe I'll do another stream on Sunday. Maybe we might play some Satisfactory on stream. I was having some fun doing that last time. Maybe we'll do it again. But if not, I'll see you guys next week. Alrighty, goodbye.
And how to get over